Paranormal M is where the ordinary fades and the mysterious takes over. Hit subscribe and turn on notifications to uncover the stories that'll send shivers down your spine. Let the journey into the unknown begin. Did I meet a witch? Coincidence? 3 years ago, my fiancé and I went for a holiday in Montenegro. We were walking down a little street that was also a marketplace. They were selling stuff on tables. At almost every table, someone tried to lure us in to buy from them, but we weren't interested in anything. Then suddenly, we saw one really weird-looking lady selling fruits. Looked like it was out of this world. They were huge. They were perfectly ripe and they were spotless. My partner and I agreed that we'll check it out. My guess would be that the old lady was a gypsy, wearing a black coat with red roses. Her atmosphere was weird. We bought 2 or 3 kilos of apples and grapes. As we were leaving, I don't know what the hell I was thinking, but I took a single peach from her table without her seeing. I basically stole it. Lame. Because I was so curious how it tasted. Then buy it. Even today, I don't have an explanation why I did it. I never stole in my life. And other option would have been just kindly asking if I could try it, or even just buy one for God's sake. Yeah. Anyways, I took it. And after we left the market on our way to the hotel, I took a bite from the peach. It exploded in my mouth. It was awful and had rotten cream in it. I started coughing and I almost vomited. I looked at the peach and it was all black and brown on the inside. Its seed was missing, and it was full of maggots or some kind of larva. It was very strange because I could have sworn I didn't see any holes on it, and like I said, it was spotless. After we got home, as we're getting ready to go out in the city, started feeling nauseous. In a short period, I started vomiting and having diarrhea with a fever. It was weird because I didn't swallow any of the fruit, and funny enough, when my fiancé opened the other fruit that we actually bought, all of them were picture perfect in the inside and delicious. It took me 3 days to recover. Now, we could speculate that maybe I'm just, contracted some disease from elsewhere, who knows. It was just a really big coincidence. The face of that lady burned in my memory, and her atmosphere. She was kind, but also scary. Could it be that she's some kind of a witch? Why did I felt the huge urge to steal from her? I'm not that person. Well, you're never that person until you are that person. I think that's kind of a happy ending. And by the way, if you put salmonella or any contagious bacteria or virus in your mouth, that's generally all it takes. An opening is an opening. Paranormal sightings from my work's back warehouse. Human-sounding noises, knocks, footfalls, scuffs. For context, I work at Alco Clothing Outlet. I feel comfortable dropping the company name now, on account of the location I work at filing for bankruptcy. And the vast majority of the location is hosted by an extensive back warehouse taking up about 70% of the entire building. I work as a cleaner part-time, so it's rare I have to go back there for very long. But the majority of the stories I have, they stem from said back warehouse. Most importantly, this story's not mine. One of the store's cashiers, an older woman, told it to my manager, who told it to me the same day she heard about it. But several of my coworkers claimed to have witnessed the same thing. Anyways, as for the story, and why I bring this up. While she was on the main floor, my coworker, the cashier, she claims that she's heard sporadic and heavy footsteps on the roof of the building. Easily some dozen feet above us and made of metal and concrete. As far as I'm aware, nothing like this has ever happened before, not to this extent. Especially since there's no maintenance scheduled for that day. And if there was, the roof would have nothing to do with it, much less the section over the main floor. The main reason I'm inclined to even bring this up, or to believe it, is because of another one of my personal experiences. My shift was cut an hour short one day. That's because the manager on duty needed someone to be cut from the schedule due to it being so slow that particular day. But in order to stave off boredom, since I don't know how to drive and my ride wouldn't be able to get me to another hour or so, I just decided to wander into the back warehouse. I went there to call one of my buddies on the phone. Since the lights were off and I was certain the last of the main back warehouse workers had gone home for the day as well, because who the hell works in the dark? So, as I got nearer the janitor's closet to put the last of my supplies away for the day, I heard what was undeniably, to me at least, it sounded like the scuff of a sneaker on a tile floor. It was hardly 3 feet beside me. It gave me enough pause to swivel my head around and skedaddle back to the safety of the main floor's break room. Mind you, this scuff was maybe 15-20 feet away from the spot where I saw a shadow figure weeks prior. Finally, since I feel it's partially relevant here and probably doesn't warrant its own conversation, many of my coworkers once again claim to regularly hear knocking from the main wall separating the lit floor and the dark warehouse. The only wall without any kind of window, gate, or door. Though that one could easily be explained away in my mind. Does anyone think this could at all be related to the quote-unquote tall figure that ducked out of view that I'd mentioned in a prior confession? Or if it's even paranormal at all? I'd love a second opinion from anybody who doesn't work at that building. Does anyone think this could at all be related? The ghost car. I would say about a year or 2 years ago maybe. I was out with my husband and 2 of our friends. We went out to the movies and we went to dinner. Everything was going great. We were heading back to our friend's house so we could pick up our car and go home. We were all chatting away in the car. And this had to be about 10 or 11 o'clock at night. I live in West Virginia, and our friends lived in a very rural part of West Virginia. I mean, after 6 o'clock, there's no one on the roads. We're all just chatting while it's pitch black outside. We could see maybe 100 feet in front of us, and there was a dark vehicle. Couldn't possibly make out the color, considering it was, me being in the back seat with my husband. We didn't think anything of the vehicle, per se. It was just kind of uncommon to see someone else out on the road that late. So, we continued on our conversation for another 5 minutes. All I could really remember about the vehicle was seeing its red taillights. All of a sudden, the car turned right. No turn signal, just sort of an immediate right turn. When we get up to where the car turned off the road, I noticed there was no road there. No driveway of any sorts. Also, the car wasn't there either. It was just a bunch of trees and nothing else. The car filled with silence, and I kind of just shook my head at it. I mean, I've experienced a lot of paranormal things in my life, so I guess it really wasn't that strange to me. I just brushed it off, and I thought maybe they sped off into a dirt road or something. But when my friends and my husband spoke up, changed my mind forever. They all three asked at the same time, "Did you see that? Did you see that car disappear?" We all saw the exact same car drive off without a trace. I'm not sure what I saw that night, but it gives me chills just writing this out. I will say, when I thought people were following me, and if you have a manual car, you can absolutely turn off all of the lights. So he could have hooked a right, thought you were the scary people, and turned off his lights. I only say that because I used to do that. Little girl who's followed me since I was 13. I believe my first experience with her started when I was 13. I was staying the weekend at my Mimi's, which is my grandmother's house. She could always talk to me about this spirit that she feels like was in her house. She told me that she'd hear footsteps, knocks, whispers, and small touches. I was sleeping on the couch, and I distinctly remember, waking up to a loud thump. It was coming from the kitchen, which was diagonal from where I was laying, meaning that I could see directly into the kitchen. I saw absolutely nothing because I thought, well, maybe Mimi went in for a late-night snack or a drink. I thought nothing of it, even though I didn't see her in the kitchen. I closed my eyes and I tried to fall back to sleep. I was woke up by yet another loud thump coming from the kitchen. This time I lifted myself onto my elbows. I stared into the kitchen. The entire house was dark except for the overhead light on our stove vent. There was enough light to see the entire kitchen, and yet I saw no one and I couldn't figure out the source of the noise. Right as I was about to lay down and put headphones in, I saw a small, probably around 4 foot tall shadow. It darted from the kitchen and ran down the hallway toward the bathroom. I remember being shocked because I couldn't process what I'd seen. It was a full-body apparition, and it was solid black. It wasn't transparent at all, and I never saw her again that night. The next time I experienced her was a few years later when I was maybe 19. Staying the night at my parents', and the next morning I got up to brush my teeth. My parents live in a double-wide, so my siblings' bedroom and the bathroom are all connected by a small, quote-unquote, hallway. I put hallway in quotation marks because it's just a tiny square of a hallway, not a massively long hallway. All the doors are shut, and my 2 sisters were in the room across from the bathroom, and my brother's bedroom was behind the bathroom. My mom and dad were watching TV in the living room at the time. I lean over and I start brushing my teeth. I hear, clear as day, "Maddie." I assumed it was one of my sisters to my right. I didn't see them in my peripheral, but I didn't think anything of it. So I annoyingly went, "What?" And it was a real B-word to my siblings when I was a teenager, so I was normally annoyed when they were bothering me. When I didn't hear them respond, I looked up and no one was there. Poked my head out and looked at my parents in the living room and I asked, "Did you call my name?" They looked at me all confused and said, no. So then I opened my sister's room. They were playing a board game and they said that they didn't call my name. I asked my brother and he said the same thing. That was the first time that I heard her. Next experience was maybe that same year, but it was a different time I was over there. My mom, my one sister, and I were on the couch watching something on HGTV. Most likely House Hunters. I was sitting on the edge of the couch, and to my right was the kitchen. To my left was the rest of the living room. I don't remember what joke I had said about the show, but clear as day we all heard this little girl giggle in my right ear. We all turned and looked at each other and asked if we all heard the same thing. Next experience. My little brother had a toy remote motorcycle. He loved it. Well, it was broken as far as being able to control it with the remote. He would still push it around by hand, and we're all just watching TV again in the living room, and this toy motorcycle was under the coffee table. All of a sudden, it starts moving forward. We all stop what we're talking about and stare at it. The thing doesn't work electronically. How was it possibly moving on its own? We would then sit and ask yes or no questions. If it was a yes, we said to move the motorcycle, and it would move every time. Flash forward 2 years. I had my own apartment with my fiancé. My Mimi had given me a board called the Psychic Circle. I only played with it when there was multiple people, just so I didn't absent-mindedly move it myself. Well, I would ask a question only I would know in my head. I would look down so I couldn't see the board. My sisters would then tell me what it spelled out, and it was right every single time. I asked who they were, and they said their name was Anna, and that they were 12 years old, and they had a little brother named Jonas, who was 8. We always asked if we could talk to Jonas, and she would always say, no, he's too shy. I then would ask her, have you been the one following me all these years? And she would say yes. She would say that she was my spirit guide, and that she had died on my parents' property. There was a house on the other side of my parents' property a long time ago, a tall 2-story white colonial house. It burned down in maybe 1950, I think, from what my dad said. I think they did research, and the family all died inside the house. I remember asking Anna if she was buried on the property. She said that she was in the cemetery behind my parents' house up on the hill. We climbed up there, and there are children's gravestones, but none that said Anna or Jonas. I then remember asking her where her grave is, and she would say it was never marked with a headstone. That same year, me and my fiancé were alone in the house. Hadn't messed with the board anymore. We always laid back to back, or as we say, butt to butt. Well, we said our goodnights and were going to sleep. I remember feeling fingertips tapping all the way up my spine. I just assumed it was my fiancé, so I didn't bother waking him. Only then did he say, "Did you just touch my back?" I instantly woke up, eyes wide, and turned toward him. I said, "No, did you touch me?" Because I felt fingertips up my back. My fiancé was a very big skeptic, probably because he'd never experienced anything before, and he was freaked out. It's been about 4 years since then, and he still talks about how much it creeped him out. I haven't felt, heard, or seen this little girl Anna since 2016, 2017, after that instance with my fiancé. I kind of miss her in a weird way. The Black Tag. The morning of September 11th, 2001 started like any other. By 8:46 a.m., everything had changed. The moment American Airlines Flight 11 struck the North Tower, I knew my experience as a medical specialist wouldn't prepare me for what lay ahead. I was dispatched almost immediately, along with countless other first responders, to the World Trade Center. My role was grim but necessary, triaging the injured and tagging the dead. Carried my tags, green for minor injuries, yellow for moderate, red for critical, and black for the deceased. The scene was chaos. Bodies were strewn across the plaza, many fallen or jumped from the burning towers. My job was to identify the dead, not to dwell on how they got there. I had finished tagging bodies in the stairwell. I turned to face the plaza. That's when I saw it, the carnage below. Debris from the collision rained down, pieces of building, chunks of airplane, and people. At first, I couldn't process what it was that I was seeing. Then I ran toward the devastation, my tags ready. One man was convulsing. A seizure was overtaking him. He was beyond saving. Others nearby were unmistakably gone, mangled, and lifeless. I moved swiftly, trying to not let the horror paralyze me. But then, I saw her. She stood out, even amidst the chaos. An older woman, maybe in her early 50s. Her hair was done neatly, she was a brunette and it was styled. She wore tasteful earrings and light makeup. Even in this hellscape, she exuded an elegance that didn't belong there. But the moment I got closer, my breath caught in my throat. Her body was a wreck. From the diaphragm down, there was nothing left that resembled a human being. Somehow, though, she was alive and lucid. She looked me directly in the eyes. I pulled out a black tag, a mark for the dead. "I'm not dead," she said. Her voice was pretty firm. "Call my daughter, I'm not dead." For a moment I froze. My mind raced trying to comprehend how she could still be alive, much less be speaking to me. "Ma'am," I managed. "Don't worry about the tag. We'll be back to help you soon." It was a lie. I knew it, and deep down I think she did too. There was nothing anyone could do for her. As I moved on to tag the others, I couldn't shake her voice. When I passed her again later, she was still there, still alive, still arguing with me. "I'm not dead," she said. It was louder this time. "I'm not dead." I told her again, "Help is coming," though I knew it wasn't true, or cries followed me. I made my way back to the lobby, and the cries were echoing in my ears. For hours I worked in what I can only describe as a biblical nightmare. It was the valley of the shadow of death. Death was everywhere. It was all-consuming. I saw it, I smelled it, I heard it. And that woman with her broken body and unbroken spirit, I talked to it. It's been years. I still don't know how to process what I saw that day. Sometimes I think it wasn't real, that maybe the stress and horror played tricks on my mind. Other times I'm certain it happened exactly as I remember it. Was she truly alive, or was it some final reflex of a body pushed beyond its limits? I don't know. But I hear her voice sometimes. "I'm not dead." It stays with me, even now. I did what I could that day, though it will never feel like enough. Those of us who were there carry those memories forever. I can only hope that wherever she is, whether she survived or not, she found peace. And I hope someday I will too. There may be a portal in my house. About a week ago, I'm sitting in my kitchen browsing the web, probably Reddit on my phone. My kids had been asleep for maybe about an hour, and my wife was in our room finishing up the paper for work. There was not a radio, there was not a television on. While browsing in complete silence, I heard my wife cough several times. The cough sounded as if she had breathed in some water and was trying to get the water out. Jokingly, I jumped out of my chair and ran over to the room where she was sitting. I started patting her back and pulling her earlobes down. Again, in a sort of joking manner. She looked at me like, WTF? So I told her I was trying to help since she coughed so hard. My wife, still with a WTF face, looked at me and said that she hadn't coughed. I stood there and I evaluated what I may have heard possibly. I thought maybe it was one of my kids, but the cough was from a woman. It wasn't a 4-year-old or 1-year-old girl's cough. Other things about this cough is that it came from inside the house. It was the type of hack, like after water goes down the wrong pipe. It was one session of coughs, about 4 coughs altogether. How did the coughing not continue if the coughs were that hard at the beginning? It didn't and still does not make sense. And that's not the only thing that happened. Fast forward to the next morning. My kids are awake and eating in the kitchen. I'm in the living room watching TV, still waking and drinking coffee. My wife is in her room getting ready for the day. All electronics are off, except the TV and the phones. My wife's phone rings from what sounds like the kitchen area. My wife runs to the kitchen to answer it because she was expecting an important phone call from work. My wife searches for her phone in the kitchen, but doesn't find it. She asks if it was my phone that rang, but I told her no. My phone was in my pocket. It turns out both my wife's work phone and personal phone are in our room on the other side of the house. We checked the kitchen and the surrounding rooms for anything that could have made the ring noise, but we found nothing. I don't know the name of the ringtone, but it is a very common ringtone for iPhones. So my wife and I searched for the reasoning as to why we could clearly hear a phone ringing in the kitchen, but obviously cannot find a logical explanation. I was gonna write it off as another weird coincidence, but I kept thinking of how clear the phone ringing was, and how my wife heard it too. Add this to the cough I heard the night before, and I start to worry that there may be an intruder in my attic. I think, not possible. But I have 2 little girls and a little boy too. It's a slim chance, but I'd feel better if I'd just go up there and check. I text my wife to watch the kids because I'm worried there might be an intruder in the attic. I don't want to verbalize it because if they're up there, then they'll hear me. I check outside and around the house first for any signs of a person being on the roof of my house. I look for cuts in the wall and I see no signs of intrusion. I then grab the ladder to get inside the attic. The only way into this attic is through a small 2x4 foot opening at the top of the interior of a closet in one of the rooms. So I grab my flashlight and my gun. I set up the ladder and I plan on entering the attic as quick and as tactful as possible. I don't want the intruder to be lying in wait for me. I push the drywall that blocks the opening, and I can hear a door swing and then shut. And I say swing because it sounded like a door was on a hinge or hinges. Can't get the drywall off, and the element of surprise is now gone. I push through anyway, and I inspect the attic. The attic has no floorboard. You have to navigate through it by standing on support beams. It extremely is annoying to have to go up there and do housework. Yet, I find no signs of somebody being up there, no entry points, no cuts on the wall. So I come down, I double-check that my wife and kids had stayed in the living room like I'd asked in case there was an intruder. She confirms that they were and no door had been shut. I pretty much already knew the door shutting wasn't them because the sound came from the attic. But there's no door in the attic. I went through a checklist of logical explanations to the cough, the phone ring, and the door shutting. I have not encountered an explanation. I know it sounds kind of weird, but frickin' portal is what I'm coming up with. And I've lived in this house for years. I've always, heard weird noises. But never something like this. Most portal stories I've heard sound totally far-fetched. Usually a portal story includes a demon or something spiritual. But this was just totally random. people crossing dimensions to hang out in my attic. There's no malice, no sightings, and no physical evidence. But the sounds were definitely heard and are unexplainable. I intended on posting the story a few days ago, but I failed to do so. Partly because I'm always chasing after my kids and because I'm expecting a reasonable explanation to present itself. Well, that hasn't happened. Something else happened a few nights ago. It's about 11 p.m. I'm asleep in bed, and I'm woken up to my wife shaking me. She tells me she heard a door shut. I say to her that maybe her 4-year-old, but she says she's watching the monitor and the cameras are on the kids. She said that she had been watching the monitor because she had been hearing these weird noises. I say maybe it's just the house creaking. She says that she heard the window shake. Now, this is significant to me because we have some old windows. The difference between the old and new windows is that the old windows will rattle when a door is shut, due to air pressure or when the house is shaking like earthquakes. New windows won't do that. So she heard a door close and the window shake. That's enough for me to grab my gun and check for an intruder. I do an interior and exterior check, and of course, I find nothing. I go back to bed and conclude that there is a portal in my house. Strange things happening in a factory that I used to work at. I've been working at this place for about 2 years. It's an old chemical factory that was built in the early 1900s before World War I. I don't know much more about its history, though. For the first few months, all went pretty smoothly. But after a while, I started noticing some things that were quite odd. The first thing that I noticed, well, my nightly rounds, there were some buildings and the lights seemed to turn on and off on their own. But I wrote that off to the old electrical installations, which could act quirky sometimes, or employees forgetting to turn off the light after leaving the building. The thing is, that stuff kept happening, even when there was no one else but me on the premises. I could check a building on the start of my round, only to return 30 minutes later and find every light in that building turned on, but the door would still be locked. There was one particular building that constantly gave me the creeps. A flat one-story building that was basically one long hallway with office rooms on either side. Every time I walked through that hallway to check if all the offices are locked, I felt watched, like somebody was behind me looking over my shoulder. It was also in this building that I heard whispers or sighs from one of the offices, but they were always empty, and all electronic equipment that could have caused any noises, like radios or laptops, etc., were all turned off. Another building that I had weird stuff happening in, it was the metal workshop. The weirdest thing was that one night I heard a noise from within, and when I entered, all the machines, like the drills, the saws, and all of it, they were all on and running. I just ran in, hit the main emergency switch, and got the fuck out of there. And that night, no one but me was on the premises. Tried to talk with some of my colleagues about it, but they said if I wanted to keep my job, I'd better stop talking about those things. Apparently, management didn't take too kindly on people asking too many questions about these things. Ghost in the kitchen. Not so long ago, I had an experience like no other. Though to this day, I'm happy to admit, I'm grateful, and when I reflect on this day, I walk with pride, as I feel I was lucky to have felt a sense of calm, and I took on a new sense of understanding. An understanding about myself and the world around me, That being said, I would like to add a bit of background. Or, I suppose, 2 bits. My life was in shambles, so I gave my dad a call. A call to turn my life around with his help. I was jobless, depressed, thin, and weak. And in a nutshell, I was a piece of you-know-whatski. My dad states that I can come home as a means to get back on track, and naturally what Dad says goes. So I was lucky to be back. I was lucky to have been on a comfy couch in a warm house with food and back in touch with our beloved pets. All this sinks in as the night grew later. Dad and his woman go to bed, and in their room with the door closed. I'm left in the living room with the dogs on their kennel. The night was easy. The TV was off. The sounds of being back home were, well, recognizable. I was content. I sat in the recliner and couch, and I intended on drifting off to sleep eventually. For I knew I was safe, and just overall grateful. The only lights on were the kitchen ceiling fan, which was directly above the kitchen table. And this is relevant because as I tried to drift off to sleep, I couldn't help but be a little bit annoyed that they were on, but hey, it's my dad's house. He wanted them on, I guess. So this slight annoyance kept me up until I would shift thoughts. Aha. That being said, occasionally I would look at the dog kennel and reflect on the dogs and how I missed them. Our family had 3 black lab miniature pincher mixed dogs. We named them Ginger, Clover, and Sage. The Spice Girls, as my dad would joke. Aha. They each had their own personalities and were unique in their own way, despite looking absolutely the same. Well, anyways. During my zone-out stage, something unusual happened. What caught my attention at first was a low growl sourcing from Clover. That's her smallest Spice Girl. Aha. I paid no attention to that at first, assuming that they were just growling at each other because someone's leg touched their ear or something stupid. Aha. Mind you, all 3 fit in that kennel, but at that time they were a bit smaller. So again, I heard a growl. I didn't mind it. Moments later, an even lower growl with a bit of a ruff in there. Aha. I guess that's this guy's way of laughing. Aha. This is when I reacted and said, "Swoosh." But what didn't occur to me at the first growl was how unusual it was that neither of them even growled. And in all my years, they never did that, especially when all was calm in the night and everything was kosher. So the second growl grabbed my attention, mainly because I didn't want my dad to wake up. So as I reached to her second growl, I let it slide for about another minute. And by this time, I was in my head with the question, for what? Why is she growling? I eventually turned my head to look at her in case she did it again, only to catch her fixed on something in the kitchen. Normally, either of them would look back at you, and sort of as a response to looking at them, aha. But on this night, she was locked. So naturally, I found this odd, and so I decided to look in the direction that she was looking. And this is the part that gives me chills. I kid you not. There I saw cloud-like material above the kitchen table below the ceiling fan. And the ceiling fan was on. It was moving in its rotation. To this day, I don't understand why I was okay with this. I wasn't scared. I was anything but. I do remember feeling at ease, though. Maybe I forgot to mention that my mother had passed away in this house. And in a weird way, I was inclined many years ago to be open-minded to anything paranormal, especially if it occurred here. And I think that's key. Okay, now back to the dog. The growling persisted, and she just sat up with her front legs propped. She was the only pup aware, as the other two paid no mind. That in itself was weird to me as well, for when one reacts, they usually all do as a unit. So, as I stay fixed on this quote-unquote cloud, I noticed that it was stationary and somewhat transparent, much like a cloud at first glance. The longer I stared, which was literally all I could do, the more I began to wonder what in the F this was. I didn't freak out, I didn't get up, I knocked on my dad's door, no, I honestly remember just falling asleep shortly after that experience and then nothing after that. And for the record, still gives me chills. And yes, I told my dad and my now mother, though I expected. My dad jokingly said I was crazy, and my mom assured me that she thought it could be my biological mom making her presence known. She's cool like that. Deep down, I feel that too. I also feel like my dad has accepted and probably experienced some things too prior to me. At least me showing up in the house. So all in all, I've had plenty of experiences with the paranormal before. And, well, after my mom's passing. It's just difficult to find others who can relate. Messages from animal spirits. These incidents happened many years ago. I hope you find them interesting. Back in the 80s, I used to really be into Native American studies, taking classes, going to powwows, using sage to smudge and pray, and so forth. Around spring, probably 85 or so, went on a hiking trail near the Bay Area. It was off of Prospect Road near Stelling and Cupertino in California. Correction, the trail was actually in Saratoga. Don't recall for sure. I remember while hiking on the trail getting a strange, uneasy feeling that was kind of a bad energy. So, the next time I went there, I hiked for a bit on the trail. I went up a hill just a bit, sat down facing east. I smudged myself and, rather stupidly, prayed for the bad energies and spirits or whatever it was to leave and be replaced by positive energy. Which probably was not a wise move. Probably not even 10 seconds elapsed before I heard an animal, like something with 4 legs running up from behind. The hairs on the back of my neck and arms stood up. I was too stubborn to get up or even to try to look back. Ran to my left side, very lightly hit my left shoulder. Went a few more feet and then vanished. I couldn't see anything with my eyes, but I could feel it, and I could hear it running through the leaves. Needless to say, but saying it anyway, made sure my sage was completely out, gathered everything together, and left. I guess I got the message that this wasn't my business to do this. Another time was in late 1989. Went to a sweat lodge and the medicine woman was flapping an eagle wing while saying her prayers in Lakota. It actually sounded like there was an eagle inside the lodge. I was praying for the eagle to hit the top of my head because I needed help mentally. I'll take one too. I won't go into details, but I really pleaded for help. And when it didn't happen in the lodge, so... However, later that night after getting home, taking a shower, lying in bed, a spirit bird materialized at my closed bedroom door, flew across my room and hit me in my chest and vanished. And I say spirit bird because although I couldn't see it, similar to the 4-legged animal, I could hear its wings flapping. I could also feel its energy. I told a friend of mine what happened, and he said, maybe your heart needs healing more than your head. That's good advice. After thinking about this, I think this was, and unfortunately still is, correct. I had a lot of anger over the years for various things I'm not sure I really want to talk about. Some of it is just for forgiving myself for being immature. I don't think the spirit bird healed me, but was rather giving me a message. Funny, as a boomer, I know I still have a ton of work to do on myself. I hope to attend the Stanford powwow this summer. Be kind to each other, and to yourselves also. I'm just gonna back up that last statement. Sleep paralysis demon licked me in the ear. I live in Georgia now. I moved out here 4 years ago from Texas. I've had sleep paralysis on and off my whole life, since I was a kid. Never actually seeing any figures, but just knowing that it's there. So I took a trip with some friends to a man's retreat on the side of this mountain in North Carolina. That was when I first got here. It was hard adjusting moving across the country. It was my first time I've ever done something like that. So, that being said, I was under quite a bit of stress emotionally, trying to get my footing in a new environment. The first night we were there, I walked into my cabin with a bunch of different guys I've never met. There was no air conditioning, and it was the dead of summer, so we're all just sweating our balls off. Everyone's laying down, and I'm on the top bunk. One of my close friends is beneath me, dead asleep. I thought you said you didn't know anyone. I fall asleep to the sound of the box fan on the ground. Come 3 a.m., I wake up but I can't move. The box fan's making this warped whooshing sound. I knew what it was. I was paralyzed. My eyes are open, the room is dark, and out of the peripheral of my eye I see someone standing there. They're looking directly at me. An extremely dark figure. He's speaking in some foreign language at me. I never felt more terrified, and for some reason, I could see his tongue coming out of his pitch black face. I don't know how to say this or how to describe how it felt, but I could literally feel this long, demonic language-speaking tongue. I feel it go into my ear, as if to terrorize me by saying it could do whatever it wanted with me. Because I have dealt with sleep paralysis the entirety of my life, essentially, I've learned a few things to combat it when I feel it onset. 1. Don't fight it. 2. Internally say the name Jesus. That's because, as we all know, you can't speak when you're under the spell of paralysis. 3. Wait. I'm not on here trying to evangelize anyone, and this shit was scary, but for some reason the name of Jesus always loosens the grip of the paralysis, even if you can't audibly speak his name. Anyways, the best advice I can give to anyone is if you feel it coming on while you're asleep, do not fight it. Only makes it stronger. Mini Grim Reaper Owl Gremlin watching me sleep as a child. When I was a kid, I had an experience that as I got older I attributed to sleep paralysis or something. But the experience lasted for what felt like hours. At least, well, more than a few minutes. And in my life, 0 of my many sleep paralysis episodes have included any visual phenomenon. I was scared and I went to my parents' room to ask to sleep in their bed. Also seems to rule out sleep paralysis since I'd been walking around. I laid in the middle of them. They had a big wooden beam that crossed over above the bed between a very huge V ceiling. Anyways, sitting on the beam was a small creature. At the time, I called it a gremlin. That's because I didn't know another word for something that size that stood up on 2 legs. Now I would describe it as perhaps the size and maybe the shape of an owl, literally. It was wearing what I can only describe as a Grim Reaper cloak and hood. Nothing about this thing was visible except the cloak and hood, like I could see no face, couldn't see any body parts. But I could see that it was standing up completely still with the hood up and the cloak thing grazing the beam. The face area under the hood was just pitch black. It stood on the beam directly above me, staring at me, and it felt this way, at least, and, couldn't see its face or eyes. So, while I sat stiff, frozen, afraid to move for so long that my muscles cramped, eventually I gained the courage to pull the blanket over my head and lay awake for hours. When I did finally sleep and wake up, nothing was there in the morning. I checked everything in the room to see if there was something that could have looked like it, being on that beam, but across the room, maybe something, but absolutely nothing was present to explain this. Was this somehow sleep paralysis, or are there owl, gremlin, mini creatures and grim reapers watching children sleep or something? Never heard of any similar encounters or descriptions. I will tell you that I, too, have not heard of such a thing. How about you guys? I think my grandfather comforted me from the beyond. However, in 2023, I experienced something I just could not explain. I had meant to post about it, but life kept getting in the way. So, for context, my grandfather on my dad's side died some 21 years ago. That's when I was 3. My grandparents lived in a bottom floor flat, with my uncle, their youngest son, living in the upstairs flat above them. My granddad died in the master bedroom. In the present, my gran lives in a nursing home due to dementia, but my uncle still lives upstairs. On this day, my dad brought me to the flat to collect my gran's jewelry. My gran has left her jewelry to me in her will. My dad suggested I just collect it now since my gran would not have wanted it to sit idle, or any toys that I still wanted from Gran's spare bedroom. He and his brother were going to visit my gran, so both flats were empty, except for me. To give an idea of the layout, I entered the front door into a small entryway. To the left is the master bedroom, and straight across on the right is the spare bedroom. Further forwards is the living room, the kitchen, and so on. I turned right into the spare bedroom, most because I was attempting to find a vintage 1987 Happy Meal toy of a quarter-pounder. Turns into a sort of robot. I searched for a bit and became distracted with all my old toys, one of which is a music box. There's 2 small dogs in a basket, which was on Gran's bookshelf. I decided to wind it up for old time's sake, which was a big mistake. I've always found the melody to be a bit sad. And at this point, with me being alone in the sad music box, I felt kind of overwhelmed. It felt like I was stealing from my grandmother. My gran is not dead and doesn't remember me anymore, but I felt like it was wrong of me to be rummaging through her things, especially since she wasn't there and, taking things. I wished things could go back to the way they were. It kind of just really hit me that all I had was memories now. I was surrounded by them. I started to bawl and tried to search some more, but it was hard with tears clouding my vision. The music box finished, I picked it back up and placed it back on the shelf I'd taken it from. So any last wind stuck would have been rattled out by my movement. Searched a bit more, but quickly gave up. Never found the Happy Meal toy. I decided to stumble my way across the master bedroom. The whole back wall was kind of like a large mirrored wardrobe. I stood in front of it for a bit to try and pull myself together. It was unsuccessful, so I went around Gran's bed to her dresser to collect her jewelry. I was still bawling my eyes out, so I wasn't really doing a very good job of looking. That was until I was shocked into silence. I remembered this like it was yesterday. That's because I remembered thinking how it just wasn't right. And I also want to reiterate that a decent amount of the time has passed since the music box stopped. There was no leftover wind. I know there wasn't. I turned my head to listen properly and stopped crying. I heard the music box playing again, and I remember I slowly went around my grand's bed back to the door because I was sure that it would stop. Or maybe I was just imagining things. However, when I got to the door of the spare bedroom across the hall, I stared at the music box and confirmed it was playing, and it continued to do so. I looked around the room, bewildered, and called out, "Grandad, is that you?" The music box immediately fell silent. I remember being completely amazed and crying even harder as I wished my granddad was there physically. I suppose he was, in a way. I quickly phoned my boyfriend and my mom about what had happened, and they both expressed that it was very odd. When my uncle and dad came back, I quickly told them as well. My dad doesn't believe in ghosts whatsoever, but even he agreed that my story was very strange. My uncle also commented that if anybody was to stick around, it would probably be my granddad. It's also worth noting that my mom has had an experience with seeing my granddad after his death as well. He appeared to her the night before he was diagnosed with pneumonia and told her things would get bad, but everything would be fine eventually. This and my experience made me think my granddad's trying to look out for me from the beyond. I think so. My dog saw it first. Then I wish I hadn't looked. The other night I routinely took my dog out before bed, as one does. As soon as I stepped outside, Robert, my dog, weird name I'm aware, he started acting off. He wouldn't leave my side when normally he takes off running into the backyard. Once we reached his usual spot, he refused to go, despite my constant prompting. It was freezing out, and I did not want to be out there for longer than I had to be. But he kept looking around. All of a sudden, this sort of freaked me out the most. He stopped frantically. He was searching the garden, and his eyes locked in onto one spot. I've never personally experienced anything paranormal, but I am aware of the theories surrounding how animals have a sort of special sense for these kinds of things. Robert began to growl underneath his breath, and then he bore his teeth, which is completely out of character for the sweetest staffy dog I've ever met. I tried to pick him up, but he turned to me and almost bit me, which completely threw me because he's never shown any aggression towards people at all. That's when I decided to figure out what the hell he was looking at. But I just couldn't see anything. Like genuinely nothing, just darkness. And that's when a rustle like wind blowing a pile of leaves made Robbie freak out. It was a completely still night. Absolutely no wind or breeze. That was when I grabbed Robbie and ran inside. Has anybody had an experience with animals like this? He's been acting strange ever since, and it's freaking me out. As we speak, my dog stares at the corner. Stares up into the corner, and just keeps on doing that. So yeah, a little bit. Although he will only yell at me and not attack me. He yells a lot. Visits around the same time, same day. Just to hop right to my question. Anybody notice being visited around the same time of day? On a perhaps semi-weekly occurrence? For example, when you get a visit, it's always on a Friday morning. So, several months ago, I think about 5 or 6, I'm working in my basement, which I had only somewhat recently started to do. It was a Friday morning, and I think somewhere between 10 a.m. and noon. I heard 3 or 4 taps somewhere. Couldn't tell if it was on a wall, the ceiling, or from the floor above me. I also considered if it was outside as I sit near a window, though it sounded like it was inside the house. The following week, Friday morning, similar time frame, I heard 4 very distinct taps. They were louder and they seemed to have more intent behind them, and I'm 99% sure that they were on the wall about 8 feet away, which is roughly where I thought it was coming from before. Also, I was home alone both these times. I can't recall if it happened the following week, but I do know it stopped for a bit around there. About 1, maybe 2 months later, so about 3.5 months ago, I heard it again, but it seemed a little bit more faint. It was around the same time on a Friday again. With it being a little more faint, I was wondering if I had just imagined it. This morning, on Friday, I was on a call around 11:15, and a music box that we recently put into our basement sometime in the last week or so started to play. The box plays a singular note. It's pretty common if you just touch it. It's very finicky. But it hasn't made a peep by itself before. It was just doing one note at a time. But it played maybe 6 or 8 notes overall. I made a joke to my coworker that a ghost is going to kill me. Then I just hung up. End of conversation anyways. After hanging up, I realized it was a Friday morning again. Then realized it was probably another visit, and not just a weird shift in temperature or something else that could have caused it. So yeah, again, I'm just curious if anybody else has noticed visits around a similar time like this. And also, what can be done? We've been here almost 12 years now. Never noticed anything until a few months ago. My wife did burn white sage in the basement several years ago. That was because she had like a, eerie feeling, you could say, down there. But that's mostly because one of our cats would always scream at us when we were down there. She, being the cat, did seem mostly to stop screaming at us shortly after burning the sage. Also, after the event this morning, I did say aloud that if anybody else was around me, that they should know that they're a ghost, and they've passed away, and that it's okay to go to the other side. I don't know if that would help, but I didn't know what else to do. Do things follow us? Over the years, I've started to wonder if something might have a tendency to follow myself or my family and mess things about a bit for us. If there's something to this mindset, I'd say it's on my mom's side, as opposed to being on my dad's. But only really seems to affect the girls in the family, my mom included. So I'll try to keep this brief, while providing as much detail as possible. A bit of an oxymoron, but hey. So the origins of this would be with my mom. Her childhood wasn't the greatest. Broken family, and she entered into the world as a desperate attempt by her folks to save their marriage. Me too. Her mom walked out of the family home when my mom was just over 13, after spending years in a fairly explosive and physically emotionally abusive marriage. As a result, my mom's childhood was spent serving as a surrogate lady of the house figure. She cooked, she cleaned, she managed the house while her dad internalized and distanced himself from any parental responsibilities, aside from providing an income. Suffice it to say, her childhood home wasn't the happiest of places. Anytime she discusses anything to do with the paranormal, my mom refers to this house as the start-off point. She remembers waking up at night from nightmares, demanding things get out in a demonic voice that she could never replicate. She can recall being thrown across her bedroom by an unseen force. Another instance is her being pushed down the staircase from the top step, crashing down on the tiled hallway below. No broken bones, miraculously, but certainly not the greatest of experiences to have as a kid. Stop licking yourself. Her brother, who was sent on to boarding school, would spend the summer at home. In one instance, he can recall waking up in the middle of the night, his attention being drawn to his floor to ceiling wardrobe. There at the top was a child, and it, because there's no mention of gender ever had been given, was sat cross-legged on the top of this wardrobe. They were looking down intently and unblinkingly at my uncle. He threw the duvet over his head that night and refused to reemerge until morning. Fast forward a few years. My mom's married to my dad. I come along and we move up north. The county that we moved to has an incredibly detailed history from Celt to Roman to Pict to Briton to Viking to Saxon. This particular area we moved to was, and still is, fairly built up and tailored toward tourists. My dad got a job as park warden there. That's for a local caravan/campsite. We moved into a static caravan on site before moving into a gatehouse. Things picked up again from there. Dad went from hearing security alarms going off with no culprit to ever be seen to being shoved hard in the back, nearly sent into the nearby lake while standing on a jetty at the end of the shift. And I hasten to add, in the latter's instance, that there was one around, no one around but my dad, so he couldn't explain that one off as easily as a faulty alarm system. Back at the gatehouse, my parents both witnessed hands waving at them in the mirror, and knuckle side facing them. Creatures crawling up the curtains at night which could never be located in the daytime. And as a baby, I was put on a mild sedative as I was terrified at night, screaming when taken to bed. It later transpired I'd been terrified of a man at the top of the stairs. Figures would be seen walking through the hallway and out through the front door. Through the front door. The worst thing for my mom was having a nightmare one night. She was dressed in Victorian petticoats, racing down the road from where we lived. She was being chased, but she knew if she looked back, her pursuer would catch her. She raced straight into the center of the town, cutting through the local St. Mary's churchyard. At some point, she ended up falling into an open space in the ground, and her pursuer, which was an invisible force, landed on top of her, pinning her head into the ground, but also forcing her to look up and read the epitaph. My mom was too terrified to really comprehend what she was reading. And what wasn't helping was the fact that she was also wide awake in bed, her head being pushed deep into the pillow. She was screaming for my dad, and her fear had made her voice turn into a strangled whisper. So he didn't wind up hearing a thing, and then it just stopped. As soon as it all started, it stopped. 2 weeks after that nightmare, it transpired that there'd been an exorcism at a nearby hotel. That's where guests had complained of similar events happening to them. The same night my mom had that nightmare. Fast forward a few more years. I'm not going to make the sound this time. I was in my teens. My sister had now joined us. We're moving back to the same childhood town of my folks. My sister was now going through her phase of witnessing a man appearing at night, emerging up through the floorboards at the foot of her bed, walking out onto the landing before turning left and merging through the wall in the neighbor's house. As we lived in a renovated pub, which had been split in two after providing a description of this character to some of the locals, it transpired the guy was the old landlord of the pub, who'd apparently passed away a year before we moved in. This apparition stopped when Dad put some hardboard up to create a makeshift hallway for, a loft conversion. A couple more years later, We've done a house swap with my mom's dad, and we're back in her childhood home. Full circle. My sister bagsied my mom's childhood bedroom as it was the bigger room, and she got to have the fireplace. I was fine with the newly refurbed attic space. Mom was in her parents' old room, and Dad, owing to his snoring, was allocated the spare bedroom, my uncle's old room. Well, you can imagine, can't you? My sister soon started hearing things. Footsteps walking about, but no one being there. She'd see things in the dark, and it would sort of creep her out enough to hurry into my mom's room and share her bed. Mom picked her up her old habit of yelling "get out" in her sleep in that same demonic voice, which frightened my sister even more, but it wasn't either scaring Mom or disembodied figures. She put her faith in staying in bed with the former than going alone with the latter. All of us girls in the family refused to head up the stairs in the darkness. Lights had to go on every time. Even if we were halfway up the stairs, we'd have to run back down and switch the lights on and then head back up again. One night, my sister heard the living room door slam shut. Heavy steps coming upstairs, slowly approaching Mom's room, that she was once again staying in, before hurriedly walking away when my sister tried to get a better look at the owner of the sounds. In the morning, the living room door was wide open. That's when we both got up, and it was left wide open when they went to work or school in my sister's case. It was closing fast when I got downstairs a few hours later. We've all moved out of that house now. My sister and I have our own places. Still experiencing the odd one or two events, and my sister not so much. I guess I've just managed to convince myself that the girls in our family are a magnet for paranormal-like activity. Surreal moment this morning. Needs some debunking. You've all heard of the game Knock, Door, Run. I hope. It's where kids dare each other to sneak up to someone's front door and either knock it, ring the doorbell, or clatter the letterbox, then just run for their lives to avoid getting caught. Well, the skeptic in me thinks this has just happened. However, the believer in me is cautioning me not to be so hasty. My granddad was rushed to A&E last night with a suspected heart attack, after 4.5 hours of not being seen. That's because the UK NHS is in shambles right now. He discharged himself, and my mom just brought him home. Throughout last night, I kept hearing the items clattering around in my bedroom, and I saw a tall shadow figure slip in and out of the walls. That was on several occasions. The temperature plummeted too. I couldn't get warm. I put it down to my feeling stressed about his welfare, and I am very close with my granddad. While I do live over 100 miles away from him in the Northeast, my husband and I relocated in summer last year. I'd hoped my granddad would be able to visit at some point this year, and meeting our new dog and see the sights of her new hometown. He's been asking me to describe the local area to him in as much detail as possible. This morning I came downstairs. I fed the dog, picked up her muck in the backyard, took the bin in to prep for her, collection tomorrow. Nothing out of the ordinary. I sat down and I called my folks to see if there are any updates. Yeah, he's up and about this morning, but after a shower he'd slumped into his chair. He was exhausted with barely any breath. The docs have called up many folks to say his one lung appears softer than the other. They need to talk to him about his heart, so the sooner he can get in, the better. Mom ended the call with that and an assurance that I'd be kept updated throughout the day. I sat back, played a game of tug and war with the dog, then switched on the TV. The doorbell goes. Now, where our living room is, we would hear anyone creeping or walking or running up to the door. We have a big front window right next to it that picks up every little sound. It's double glazing, but the walls are pretty thin. Even if the culprit had scampered, I'd still hear the footsteps stomping away, or even the front gate creak on its hinge, or the squeals and laughter from the kids. Keeping in mind that schools are off, but it's about 9:30 at this point. A bit early for a knock-door run. And by the time I got to the door, not even a minute later, there was no one there. There was no parcel on the ground. The postie has just been about maybe 10 a.m. No kids were hiding behind the front hedge of mine or my neighbor's front area. There were no people on the path either up the left or right side of the pavement out in the front. Even if the kids had gone away, I'd still be able to see them running or trying to make a bid to hide. So, am I being paranoid? Do you think this is a case of knock door run? Or do you suppose something else is happening? I hasten to add that while my granddad was younger, or rather when he was younger, he practiced deep meditation and claims to have an out-of-body experience. He once told me that if he felt things were going south for him again, he'd happily put himself into a trance and just not return. As far as I'm aware, he's still alive, but very unwell. Am I just experiencing an overly active imagination? Well, if it's so far as you know that he's still alive, ask the man. Sounds like he could use some company. And for all you guys out there listening, I appreciate you and sweet dreams. See ya. Step into the eerie world of Paranormal M, where each story brings a new mystery to life. Subscribe and ring the bell to stay connected to our chilling adventures. The Unexplained is just a click away. Ghost or Bipolar. I've seen shadow people for as long as I can remember. I see them so often that I don't react to them. Before getting diagnosed with bipolar disorder type 2, I always thought that they were just ghosts that would peep at me from around corners, or run past in my peripherals. Never really told anyone about it until I started going to therapy for intrusive suicidal thoughts. Go to therapy, and within the first 6 months, got diagnosed with bipolar type 2, about 3 years ago. It should be noted that I'm unmedicated. Moved into an older home 18 months ago. About a 90-year-old house. And it's directly down the street from a cemetery. Never really thought anything of it. Realtor joked that the quote-unquote neighbors are very quiet. And I drive by it every day without a thought. I live alone with 2 cats. And I'm used to seeing the peeping shadow people and sprinters in my peripherals. Or even people that I thought were there that turned out just be straight-up hallucinations, maybe 2 or 3 times a day. Seeing stuff like that, I found out can be symptoms of bipolar disorder. I've been seeing the same hallucination now, periodically since I moved into this house. From what I can put together, this hallucination looks like an elderly and heavy-set woman. First time I saw this hallucination was when I had settled down into my home. I laid down for bed and I just began dozing off. I don't know why, but I felt like I wasn't alone. Half asleep, I opened my eyes and I saw it standing in the doorway of my room. I wasn't startled because as soon as I saw it, just kind of quickly faded away. For me, it's unusual to see the same hallucination, other than indiscernible, vaguely human-shaped shadow people. Over the past year, I've seen glimpses here and there around the house of this specific hallucination, but nothing out of my ordinary. Yesterday, I had just taken a shower after work. About 5 a.m., so still dark outside. I dried off in the bathroom. Stepping out of the bathroom, I jump out of fear. That's because this hallucination was on the other side of the door. As it began to open the door, I'm imagining it was waiting for me. It bolted down the hall as I was walking out of the bathroom. The reason I was scared was because I bumped my shoulder into it as it bolted and it freaked me out. Not sure if I'm explaining what happened well enough, but I hope the instance makes sense to someone. I'd love to hear an outsider's opinion on this. Hard for me to tell if I'm just hallucinating really bad because I live alone, or if this house is haunted. Visited by my late grandmother. I'm a little bit nervous just thinking and writing about this, but I'd like people's thoughts on my experience. I live at home with Mam and younger brother. Last night my brother was working a night shift, so not at home, and my Mam was in her own room fast asleep. I went to bed late around 3 a.m. I woke up to the sound of the coffee table in my room being dragged toward my bed at around 4 a.m. I woke up startled, put out my hand to stop the coffee table, and couldn't help but shout, "What the fuck?" The room was dark, so I couldn't clearly see anything, but I got up and switched the light on. The door was closed, nobody around or awake in the house. The next day, today, I was thinking to myself, that was definitely not a dream, but I started doubting myself. Surely some sort of paranormal activity out of nowhere. I'm not even convinced such things really exist. However, I told my brother lightheartedly about what happened, and we're kind of joking about it until later on when I tell my Mam. And it suddenly dawned on her. It was her mother's 26th anniversary. I'm now convinced this was not a vivid dream, and not a coincidence. My grandmother was very close to my Mam. They'd be in our house daily when I was young. My Mam also told me that it would have been around the same time in the early hours of the morning that her Mam, my grandmother, passed away. Should I be worried or take this as a friendly hello from my granny? I can't help but feel a little bit freaked out. If you can't help it. They wanted me. About 2014. It was night. I opened my eyes. Strips of light from the lamp outside my window cast over my bed. Once I noticed that everything seemed a shade darker than it should have been, the fear pulled me into the mattress. My body was numbed by weight, but my eyes were able to comb through the darkness. I heard many voices whispering around. "He's ready," one said. "We want him now," said another. And they went on. Demons, I thought. Two came out of the shadows. They looked down upon me with scrutinizing expressions. Here they almost resembled humans. They had skin that had a tragic gray and green hue. I remember panicking. My mind could only scream at my limbs, but my body was a powerless object. It felt like I was trying to break through shrink wrap bound around me. "Stop, help," I remember thinking. "Help me, Jesus, help me." And then I woke up. Everyone tells me it was sleep paralysis. Sure, that might be the case. Except they don't seem to think that sleep paralysis may include being visited by beings not of life, but of death. Skeptics are right to doubt these experiences. Don't look behind you. Summer 2017. Sometimes at night, I couldn't sleep. I'd go for a run around the neighborhood. I hadn't been doing well mentally. Running was the least destructive activity in my life. One night, I decided I'd run to the local high school. I jogged from my house down the mile stretch of road. I ended up at the football stadium. I ran a few laps around the track and started up and down the bleachers. I was feeling pretty good until something washed over me. It was the sense that I was being watched. For a split second, I thought I'd just keep going. And just as I went to climb the next step, the memory of a story that my grandfather had once told me resurfaced. One night when he was 7 or 8, my grandfather woke up to a man staring at him from outside his bedroom window. When he got close to the window, the man leapt down from the second-story ledge. My grandfather said that the man had vanished, but that an elongated animal on 4 very long legs scurried away from our house. He told this story only once, after I'd mocked native legends. Thought it was just an old man's tale. I'd forgotten his story until that moment, when chills went through my body, and I knew something was watching me. I wanted more than anything to forget about it so that I could just finish my routine. But something within, call it intuition, I guess, it urged me to leave. That fear was stronger than my thoughts of rationality as, well, fear tends to be. I called my mom and she answered. I said that I knew it was too late to bother her and that I was sorry, but that something didn't feel right at the stadium. She said, I need you to run home, and whatever you do, keep your eyes in front of you. Don't turn back. I'm going to meet you halfway. Stay on the phone. Don't hang up. I'm coming. I didn't understand why she was panicked, and I felt overall felt awful for bothering her. As I was exiting the stadium gates, my blood ran cold. A man in a wide-rimmed straw hat was leaning against the chain-linked fence that surrounded the campus. He was smiling. That excited smile. One I will never forget. I jogged past him and he nodded at me and said, "Time for fun." I bolted. I didn't even look back. I invoked the name of Jesus. I prayed to whatever higher power there was. I asked angels to protect me. I kept running until I saw the headlights of my mom's car. Later, she told me that when people like us have big feelings like that, it's evolutionary. The way prey can sense a predator. She suspects it was a dark creature, one that was drawn to people going through deep depression. From then on, I decided to never run alone after sunset. Summer 2019. One night, this coworker wanted to go for a run after we got off. We both worked the graveyard shift, so we agreed we'd go to the track at the high school since it was open and not too far from work. We arrived, just chatting carefree, complaining about work and walking up through the front gates. As we stepped foot onto the track, she stopped and said, "I don't like this place." I froze and I looked at her. "Why?" I asked. She just shook her head and whispered, "Something evil lives here." I took her hand immediately, walking us back to the gate and toward the car. I remembered my mom's advice. I told her, "Don't look behind you." I hadn't told a soul about my initial experience before that. My coworker said it felt like someone was following right behind us until we got into the car. I'll never go back there. Never. What is real and what's just a story. So, just to give context, I'm a Filipino living in the city of Manila. I was born and raised here, but I've never really belonged or really considered myself so much as one, really, since our family's mixed and part European. So I don't have all that conservative and superstitious characteristics that they usually have. Even so, I don't rob myself from enjoying some local folklore, legends, stories perhaps, and even beliefs that we have, such as local ghosts, mythical creatures, and deities. And we call them Diwata. I've always enjoyed the horror and fantasy genre of things as well, and history. My interest in it first sort of picked from reading English and Italian literature. But I've always thought that, well, like everyone else, those were just, well, stories. Something that we only use for imagination and maybe entertainment. But my younger brother and I experienced something so crazy, scary, and wild that even after 27 years, I still remember everything vividly. So it was around the year of 2003. Can't remember the month, but all I remember is that we still had school at that time. We suddenly moved from the city to the nearest province. Oh boy. Paraniki or Paranek to Cavite. My apologies. I cannot speak this language. Because we couldn't afford the last house that we were renting anymore. So, new school, new house, new neighbors. And this new house was a 2-story house with 2 rooms on the 2nd floor. And one of those rooms was where me and my brother slept at. We were in a bunk bed at that time. It was around 5th grade, well, that I was in. My brother was in 3rd grade, I think. And behind the house is the animal farm of one of our neighbors. We call him Mang Johnny. So, sometimes at night, the animals would be heard making noises or the dogs barking or fighting. And of course, it did produce that farm smell as well. But me and my brother wouldn't mind at times since we enjoyed the cool breeze, and the province has to offer this, especially in a hot tropical country like ours. So we'd leave the window wide open, especially at night since that's pretty much coldest around those times. One night, lights closed. My brother woke me up, but in a very hushed way, like whispering. It was 3 a.m. that time, I think, because I checked my PSP, which I had underneath my pillow, and I was even annoyed at him because it was the weekend and I just wanted to savor all the sleep we could get. So I just said, "What?" Then in a very scared but low voice he said, "There's someone at the window." And I'm like, what the fuck? Why? Why would somebody be there unless someone's on the roof, which is below our window, is the roof of our storage room and restroom. But I was kind of still sleepy, so I haven't really focused on or absorbed what he was saying. Then when I looked at our window, I immediately woke up, eyes wide. While slowly going down from the ladder of our bunk bed, I could clearly see a shadowy figure of someone outside our window. And since we left it open, its hand was latched at the edge of the window and it was long and black. And by the way, our window was that sort of blurred glass type. My brother and I stood there for 2 or 3 minutes, I think, like from shock from what we were seeing, and being scared of making more noises and movements that could potentially make things worse. My brother started saying that he's getting so scared and I don't even know what to do or how to remove its hand from the edge so I could sort of close the window completely. And since both of us are too chicken to do it, we both started egging each other on for who should do it. Because the noise that we were making that time, the hand for some reason started to slide going outside. I don't know, it probably heard how scared we were and how we were planning to close it, so might pin its hand in the process. But then my brother, surprisingly, he was able to muster the courage and immediately went for the handle and closed it right away. After that, the shadow just stayed there. It didn't move or anything. And it just slowly dawned on me that throughout the whole ordeal, the animals from the farm were going ballistic and noisy. like insane wild. The dogs barking and howling and chickens clucking and flapping their wings, pigs and everything. It was very windy that night for some reason. Anyway, after that, we told her grandmother what happened, and since then, she forbade us to ever opening our window again. Taped papers with Bible verses on it. She's very religious, of course. Ever since that experience, I've always wondered, is there a possibility that those kinds of things are real? Creatures and monsters. And what else could be real out there? So what about souls, or aliens, or time travel, or multiverse? Those crazy Greek gods, or God? Thinking about it fucks up my mind and my perception of reality. What's real and what's just a story? Whenever I remember this, it always triggers my existential crisis, as well as my never-ending curiosity and fear of the unknown. How alone are we really in this time or life? And now that we're adults, I recently asked my brother about what happened that night. He said that he couldn't remember it anymore, but our grandma does. The weight. The purpose of sleep paralysis is to paralyze your body during the sleep state, to protect you from injury or unnecessary conflict whilst inside the dream world. The problem arises when some people awake during sleep paralysis and can't move. Whilst not being able to move, many report seeing entities, such as shadow figures, animals, angels, and the list goes on. After the strange episode, they wake up and life goes on. Here's the question though, are hallucinations real or just a figment of the creative mind? The most common deduction is yes. Seeing entities while in sleep paralysis is that of temporary hallucinatory behavior, and should not be viewed in literality. Is that a word? However, what about those who aren't necessarily paralyzed, but rather pushed down into their beds? I've awakened during sleep paralysis before, although I've never seen anything creepy or frightening while in sleep paralysis in my life. I remember the distinct feeling of not being able to use my limbs, hence the name sleep paralysis. Although when I spoke to my father about these episodes of mine, he informed me that there was a difference between a literal attack from an unknown force and just being paralyzed due to the body's natural mechanisms. He told me about times when he was attacked by real demonic forces. Due to personal reasons, I will not be describing his story. One key thing that stuck out to me about all the stories of his, is the fact that not only could he not move during the attacks, but he felt actual weight, as though something was holding him down with invisible hands. Now, I've had plenty of episodes where I've awakened during sleep paralysis, and not once, I remember clearly of course, have I ever felt invisible hands holding me down to the bed, or any slight tugging on my body for that matter. Ever since my dad told me those stories about what happened to him, I found that there are plenty of people who have encountered the same thing. The weight is what I call it. I decided to leave this post here, because I'm one of the few that does believe in science and to a degree a strong critic of anything supernatural. But I cannot ignore any anomaly when I hear or come across one. The topic of sleep paralysis is a very tricky one, but I think if we can pinpoint on whether or not the paralysis episode was that of numbness or literal weight being placed on certain limbs of the body, it'll determine on whether or not said experience was that of natural body mechanics or the spirit world. I recently moved to a new house, and I heard whistling all night. My mother bought a new house in the Appalachian Mountains. Congratulations. We've always lived in the area, but we used to live in a valley that the mountains created. This is our first time ever being right on the top of the mountains. My mother and her boyfriend are Christian, while me and my younger sister are what you might call spiritualist. Maybe pantheism. My family is also Wyandot, Native American descendant from my great-grandmother, who my mother was incredibly close to. I've encountered many spirits before. However, my family has always politely considered me and my sister crazy for trying to keep ourselves safe from spirits. I've had spiritual encounters before, many scary ones where I almost felt my soul was taken. But this was the first time I felt like my life was genuinely about to end. We live in an old coal mining town, but the old owners spent almost 2 years renovating to make the house comfortable and livable. It's incredibly windy, but having lived in windy areas before, I know the difference between wind blowing by or through a window. It's also a freezing February, and it's so cold I'd rather leap into the snow than open the window right now. It was maybe 9 p.m. I was in the bathroom when I first heard it. It was that really distinct sound of a human whistle. No one in my house knows how to whistle, and none of the shows that we watched contained that sort of whistling. My mother and her boyfriend started suddenly arguing soon after, but they had nothing to argue about. Went upstairs and heard it all night long. Started reading a book and put on noise-canceling headphones with a drama video on to ignore it. But I just kept hearing it. It was a human whistle. The way you'd call your dog or somebody back to you while hiking. But also like a very accurate bird song. We have neighbors, but they keep to themselves and usually use their dogs' names to call them back, not whistling. I felt incredibly unsafe. The only similar feeling I can describe was when I was being followed home one night. But he stopped following me when he realized I knew he was there. Incredibly tense with adrenaline, and complete nausea of anxiety. I just kept ignoring it, even though it sounded just out of my window. But every time I would sneak a glance, nothing was there or changed. It just kept whistling. Sometimes whistling over itself. I eventually fell asleep, but kept waking up every other hour because I still heard it. By about 4 a.m., when my baby sister started crying, I felt the adrenaline had completely stopped. She seemed pretty scared, but my mother eventually calmed her back to bed. But when we were in the kitchen, our lights had started leaking the fluid that turns them on. Excuse me? Alrighty then. I heard somebody tapping on her back screen door in the kitchen, as if gently knocking. But no one ever called back when I said hello from the living room, so I didn't answer. I just don't feel entirely safe here, but I feel my mother wouldn't understand my fear. I have anxiety, but it's never affected my perception of reality or my religion. I don't take any medicines, food, or drinks that would affect that either. I plan to buy a dream catcher for my room, alongside maybe a rock salt lamp. I brought my amethyst, my biggest quartz here because I felt called to before I left. I'll probably leave those on the windows with a bowl of salt near my bed, but I'm not sure if there's anything else I can do. I want to know the medium of light that you have that is fluid-based. Suppose that's my own curiosity. My only experience of the paranormal. Ow. These memories are old, around 17 years ago. I was still pretty young and would have discounted it entirely if it weren't for my family members also having had experiences in that house. I'd love to hear both skeptic and believers, if you all would be so kind. Careful what you wish for. To give a short introduction for context, I have an issue with my eyes that causes me to see a very fine amount of static at all times. Dr. Google has a lot of answers, and asking an actual doctor didn't get me very far. This will be important later. Other important information. The house this took place in was very small. Even when I was a young child, it felt tight. It was a one-story house with a basement, unfinished with old and thin wooden stairs. The living room was the biggest room, with a couch that faced away from me and my sister's shared bedroom. Now, like previously mentioned, the account I will share with you soon happened at night, and as time passed, I gave it a little bit of thought as it seemed impossible. I mentioned one of my experiences to my family, and they mentioned their own strange sights in the house. The previously mentioned couch sometimes had feet that could be seen from behind the couch, though when you went to look, no one was there, obviously. Another time that my father was coming up from the basement to yell at us for running on said stairs. He passed the main hallway and saw a woman with glasses and a red sweater staring back at him in shock. His momentum had carried him past the entrance, and so he quickly stepped back to see who... Sir. His momentum had carried him past the entrance, and so he quickly stepped back to see who this intruder was, to yet again find no one there. My own lesser cases of feeling like somebody was massaging my feet some nights, which I have to say is some of the most base primal terror I've felt in my life. I'll take it. A few other things. Your usual skittering feet on the stairs only to find the kids, being us, in their room playing with Legos. Whispers on rare occasions and not much else past that. Now, having recently asked my family for their stories in more detail, it just makes me feel more unsure. So I now share my story with all of you. I'm perfectly fine with being wrong. I do in fact welcome any feedback. So, I just got into bed. It was Easter night and I was excited for the egg hunt tomorrow. Couldn't sleep. My siblings had already fallen asleep, and I could hear my parents faintly in the basement working. The more I thought about sleep, the more I couldn't seem to reach it. It got late into the night. I heard my parents go to bed, and I'd become thirsty at this point. Wanted to ask them for water before they fell asleep, so I got up. It was very dark and my vision was impaired slightly by the aforementioned static already, so I really took my time getting out of bed. Reaching the door, I gently pulled it open and I felt a feeling creep onto me that I wasn't alone anymore. The light to the basement kept the hallway in front of me lit. Straight shot into the living room. An orangish yellow that only kept it bright enough to move. It felt like something was getting closer to me, although I didn't hear anything. Being a young child, I froze and squinted my eyes, hoping whatever it was didn't notice me. Nothing seemed to change, and Standing in the open felt like more danger than standing still. So I opened my eyes, prepared to cower back into the bedroom. And that's when I noticed something I'd never seen before or after in my life. The static seemed concentrated. The visual fuzz formed a mass in the dark. It floated with no real distinguishing forms. It was near me. Now, I would assume it would be some sort of eye spot or just something a little off in my brain. But it was something that, nothing else had been. Consistent. It moved away, moved my head and my eyes to test if there was something there. It didn't move with my vision. Even as I looked at it from the corner of my eye, it remained the same. The realization had fully set in. There was indeed something hovering in the dark near me. Couldn't tell you why, but I felt as if it were facing me. I looked at it longer and felt my fear slip quite a bit. It then moved. It moved downward toward the hallway, and then stopped, as if a dog trying to lead me somewhere. Brought my hands together and interlocked them in front of my chest, self-soothed and followed. Sorry, I just hit myself. I can still see it in my head. The dim hallway with a swirling mass of static. Creepy on the surface, but for some reason not too scary at the time. We made our way through the living room to the kitchen. That's when it stood next to the kitchen sink. I followed it and waited watching it. I looked at the sink, then back to it. If it had led me there for the water, then we were both out of luck, as I was far too small still to reach the sink or the cups. I'm sure that feeling was written on my face. It slowly floated back toward the hallway, assuming I'm right about its intention, or if it had any intentions at all. So turning myself to follow it back to my bedroom, very much deciding that water could wait till tomorrow morning, that's when I noticed something else new in the space. Two figures. They were sitting on the couch. Though, as I couldn't see the front of the couch, I supposed they could have been there the whole time. They sat in the darkest part of the couch, as the basement light couldn't reach the seat. One of the figures was small. The other seemed to be an adult, though looking back, I believe it could have been elderly by its posture. My fear returned and deepened at these new things. I did not feel safe being in their line of sight. Unfortunately, I would have to walk near them again to return to my bedroom. I probably would have frozen then too, but I was desperate to stay close to the static mass as it moved on without me. I shuffled quickly back behind it. I felt a bit better once I was on the back end of the couch. I made it nearly halfway past the couch when I heard something. I only paused a moment to let my ear try to pick out the sound. It was muttering. I heard one voice muttering as if through multiple walls. It was faint, and I couldn't make out anything but basically just the tone. I don't remember this part well, though. I didn't understand what the tone of voice was, but it was clearly a strong emotion. I began moving again, and the mutterings sped up. I also didn't know in a conscious way what this really meant, but I felt like a mouse staring a cat down and seeing it take the position to pounce. I shuffled fast, even past the static figure that was still making its way down the hallway, never taking my eyes off the top and sides of the couch. I was waiting for something to peek around its edge and get a look at me. At the time, I was certain a stranger's face would peek over, see me, maybe charge me down. I may have been too young to know exactly what death was, but I knew subconsciously like every animal does. Nothing did peek its head over or around. I just shuffled back to my room and walked through the door. The static mass did not make a move to enter, but once I had begun to close the door, it became softly drifting back down the hallway again. I went to bed and I lay there for a few hours until exhaustion finally took me. Woke up the next morning with fuzzy memories, but otherwise it was like it never even happened. That's all generally a one-off experience that did not repeat in any way, really, but giving you the best account I have from memory. I excluded anything that I couldn't remember fully to avoid wasting time with what I, couldn't be sure of. Now, some parts of this confused me a lot as a kid, and I've communicated what I felt and saw the best of my ability, but obviously, there's going to be gaps. Part of this I've written here are only the parts that were burned into my memory, otherwise known as only the parts I could remember with some certainty. I generally avoided talking about it when I was still living there. I just hoped not talking about it would keep it from happening again in some way. House is still there, though. I doubt the new tenants would allow me back for the night as a stranger adult who's looking for some sort of answers. I'm personally leaning toward this just being nothing but circumstances, and the figures on the couch having been my fear getting the better of me. I do not have any history of hallucinating, though once again I do have the issues of the faint static, and at the end of the day I'm unsure and I'd love to frankly be persuaded into one direction or the other. I think there's a spirit in my house. So there are 3 different stories I want to share about things that have happened in my house. It's probably worth noting that at least one person has in fact died in this house. My wife and I purchased this house 5 years ago, after her aunt, the previous owner, passed away in the living room area. Additionally, our aunt's dog was put down the same day she died. It was in her will. The dog was 17 years old, blind, deaf, and couldn't stand on his own without somebody holding him. So he needed major help just eating and going potty outside. He also had a moderate case of cancer. I feel like I need to mention these things because I think there's a lingering spirit in the house. Story 1. A few months after moving in, my father-in-law came to visit and stay the night in the guest bedroom. This room contains our internet modem and router, which emits a very bright blinking set of lights. At around 4 p.m., my father-in-law asked if we could put some electrical tape over the blinking lights so it would be easier for him to sleep later. So we did. We all then left the house, and we all went out for dinner. Back at home at around 8 p.m., we noticed the modem and router no longer had electrical tape covering the lights. Weird. Weird. We all asked each other if anybody removed the tape. Nope. I inspected the router all over, near the floor and everything. No sign of any tape. My father-in-law decided he'd just turn the router around and place his duffel bag in front of it to block the lights. The following morning, we were eating breakfast. I'd go into the spare bedroom because our internet stopped working. Thought I needed to reboot the router or see if my father-in-law accidentally unplugged something. It was then that I discovered the electrical tape was once again covering the lights. It wasn't wrinkled, nor did it show signs of dust from, possibly falling off. So I asked my father-in-law if he reapplied tape, and he said no. In fact, he doesn't know where they even, keep the electrical tape. So he couldn't even have done this if he wanted to. All 3 of us vividly remember the electrical tape being completely absent before going to bed. The light emitted from the router is hard to mistake. It's obnoxiously bright, and if, tape were on it the night before, it would have been obvious. So, yeah. Somehow, the tape was completely removed, then reapplied, and nobody claims they did it. Story 2. And by the way, electrical tape can fall off and you can put it back on without it being wrinkled or dusty. I do it every day. Yet, story number 2. This happened last year. My wife was tired, wanted to take a nap at around 5 p.m. So I'm in the living room watching Netflix, and after about 20 minutes, I hear a faint crying sound coming from her bedroom. I quietly make my way over and lean toward the bedroom door. It distinctly sounded like my wife was crying, but trying to keep it quiet. I go to open the door and comfort her. However, the door is locked. I sent her a text message telling her that I'm here if she needs anything. No response, so I figured she wanted to be left alone. So I go back to watching Netflix. 45 minutes pass and I can still hear the crying. So I go back again to check on her and attempt to open the door. This time the door is unlocked. The very moment that I touched this door handle, the crying stopped immediately. So I'm thinking to myself, what on earth is she keeping from me? And as I entered the room, prepared to comfort her for anything. However, as I entered the room, I noticed she was completely asleep. She even had a bit of drool going on, and her breathing pattern indicated that she was in fact asleep. There's no way she could fake being asleep that good, and so abruptly as well. So I just gently woke her up and asked if everything was okay. She seemed really confused, like she had to reassure me several times that A, I'm fine really, B, I have no idea what you're talking about. And she wears her heart on her sleeve, so I know there's no way she could keep something like that from me. She's a terrible actor. And I'm genuinely convinced that someone or something was crying in that room. But I'm simultaneously convinced it wasn't my wife. Story number 3. This is a short one, and it happened on Valentine's Day this year. We're getting ready to leave, and we're doing some last-minute tidying up. We typically try to clear the floors of all objects so we can turn on our Roomba before we leave. We've had our Roomba for about 6 years, and it's never once malfunctioned or done anything weird. My wife was across the house and she yells to me, "About ready?" I respond, "Yeah, just gotta turn on the Roomba, then I'm coming." No sooner did those words leave my mouth that our Roomba turned on all by itself. I wasn't even in the same room, and it makes this distinct ding sound when it turns on, so there's no mistaking it. I go check the Roomba's charging station, and sure enough, the Roomba is already on and doing its thing. Our Roomba is a mid-range model. Doesn't have cameras or a microphone, so there's no way I could have done some kind of voice-activated thing. It was just so bizarre. The one and only time it's ever turned on, quote-unquote, by itself is when I loudly verbalized that I wanted to turn it on. Which won't work on people. Toddler noises between the woods. This experience has my whole family in chills, and we need a rational explanation for it. It happened on last Christmas. My grandparents' house is in the middle of the woods. Our whole family has this yearly get-together kind of thing during Christmas. We were preparing dinner and my aunt was taking a nap. Well, she started screaming, twitching. She woke up in a cold sweat. She started mumbling nonsense about seeing visions of mangled toddlers creepily smiling and walking towards her. Boy, we thought she went crazy until it was bedtime. My grandfather crawled into his bed to go to sleep when he suddenly started to hear a toddler's voice saying, "Mama, Mama." probably not quite like that. According to him, the voice started to progress and got louder, and by the way, there's no kids in our house. My grandfather's house is also in the middle of nowhere between the woods, and I'm assuming other woods. That means that we do not have neighbors close by either. My cousin, who was scrolling his phone while sitting on the toilet, started to hear the same sound around the same time grandfather heard it. And by the way, the toilet is at the far right of the house, and grandfather's room is at the far left. So there's no way of them that they could have heard a voice from different directions at the same time. So, my mother and myself were sharing a bed that day. She woke up to the voices of a toddler giggling and saying, "Mama." Our dog, an 8-month-old lab, was barking and growling crazily that night. It was so not like him. That furry dude is friendly with anyone and everyone. Same thing happened to my uncle, father, dad, and grandmother, and all of them woke up to the sounds of a supposedly cursed toddler. The weirdest part being that I heard the sound from different parts of the woods. Now, I'm a terrific sleeper, and I was oblivious to the situation until my cousin yeeted me out of my sleep. It's the first time I've ever said that word, but I've heard of this word. Yeeted. Yeeted. Does that mean thrown? So we all grabbed a bunch of flashlights and searched all around the area, but found nothing. It resulted in a midnight family meeting with my grandmother claiming that it was her deceased son who died as a toddler coming to see her. My uncle claiming it was the work of a thief. My aunt, too, saying that it was her deceased baby brother showing his rage as we forgot to light a candle on his grave last year. My grandfather saying that it was a wild animal and so on. We almost forgot about this experience until recently when we visited the house and we were awakened by footsteps and some kind of soft murmurs. My aunt and uncle were just saying they kept on hearing something rolling on the roof. This was for days prior to this experience. I do not believe in your typical ghosts, otherwise known as the vengeful white-robed woman with pale skin and black hair looking for revenge. But I do hope to get a rational explanation for the experience. So I ask you, has anyone had any similar experiences? Share your opinions about what it could have been. Also, I don't strongly believe in ghosts as of now, but I am willing to learn about their possible existence. I also don't really think there are any supposedly cursed objects in the house other than a copy of The Crying Boy. So I slept in the same house again, and I had a terrible nightmare. A family with 4 daughters were living in this house. One of their daughters went missing, and it was later revealed she was killed and buried in the garden by her father. At the end of the dream, I remembered that sisters ghost haunting the other sisters. Is it just my overactive brain making up stories? I don't know. I vividly remember the faces of the people I saw in my dream. And as far as I'm aware, you're not physically capable of dreaming about people whom you've never seen in your life. It's definitely incorrect. I'm definitely not staying over at my grandparents' home again anytime soon. I would ask your father or your dad. That's 2 times the amount of answers that you can get. And 2 times more than most. What could it have been? It's been years. I was about 11 or 12 years old when this happened. I was with about 3 or 4 cousins of mine at their house. I had gone to visit for the day along with my older sister. That's because she was babysitting all of us, given that, well, all of our parents had gone to work and we were left alone. Anywho, The story starts in what would be the backyard of the main house. That's when my uncle bought this property. It had sort of a ran-down house behind it, behind the main house, or the previously mentioned backyard. And us as kids, well, we would go in there and play and whatnot, and this day it was no different. We were playing, having fun, being kids. But all of a sudden, out of the corner of my eye, we will see my sister, and she is leaning against the wall of this said ran-down house. So we were confused a bit, but we call her name out, thinking nothing of it, and I remember her face, and it was blank. Never made eye contact, never cracked a smile, nothing. Her eyes were just wide. They were wide open. I'll never forget it. And we're all at a standstill, calling her name out, hoping that she'll snap out of this and laugh. But she wouldn't move, and then suddenly she just took off running. She ran through the right side of the house. We ran through the left, thinking she was playing a prank on us, maybe to scare us. We decided that we'd all run to the main house and catch her in the act. Now, there is space on both sides of this ran-down house because both sides have driveways, but there's a catch. The side we ran through, the left side, had a gate, and the only gate is to the main house, and on the other side that she went through, being the right side, didn't. So even if she hopped that 6 to 8 feet tall fence separating the house, we would have beat her to the punch and caught her. So we ran the same distance, but of course she had obstacles. Well, we didn't. Anywho, we made it to the house, and there she was, cooking normal. Well, normal as could be in this instance, and she was taking care of my then baby cousin. She wasn't fatigued, not tired, not out of breath. Nothing. We came in out of breath, so we asked what this was all about, and she looked at us confused, like we were insane. We all freaked out, told her what had just happened, and she swore up and down she didn't have anything to do with that. Until this day, I ask her to give it up, and 8 or 9 years later, she still says she has nothing to do with that, and I kind of believe her. That's because I don't just see it possible in no way, shape, or form. So I come to ask, if it wasn't her, who could it have been, or what could it have been? Forgot to mention, there's about a 10-foot distance between these two houses. So if she did in fact run back to the house, jump that fence, and so on, we would have saw her trying to jump that fence and trying to run. And also when my uncle, when he bought this house, the main house was riddled with satanic type of stuff. So if I had to guess, maybe that could have came into play, but I don't know. Let me know. It's been 8 or 9 years, and LOL, need answers. I'd like you to define riddled with satanic type of stuff. End quote. My time working in a bar, once frequented by Al Capone. Several years ago, I was a local legend, for lack of a better term, at least in the bars where I lived. I bartender, I DJ'd, and I bounced. I'd taken a summer off and a friend called me. The next town over was a historic building, and in the basement of this building was a bar. Al Capone used to visit it during Prohibition, and legend is many people died there. This building was once a thriving bar and hotel, but closed down. Not really quite sure why. It was, well, also known to be one of the most haunted places in the area. Anyone that's ever visited there had stories. So, that being said, here's mine. The friend that called me said her friend, that we're going to call Julie, was bartending at this place. They were trying to reopen it. They wanted me to DJ and pull double duty and bounce. I said sure. I showed up a couple of hours before opening. I met Julie. She was waiting outside for me, refusing to be alone inside. We went in and she made me go to the restroom with her. My back was turned because she was too afraid to even do that alone. We waited in the office for the owner to show. We made small talk, but I kept looking over my shoulder. Julie noticed and said, "Yeah, they're watching us." Not exactly sure how long we were talking before I heard footsteps on the upper floor. Julie, who's a redhead, somehow turned paler. I wanted to go to investigate, but she wouldn't let me. Soon the noises grew, sounding like a chair or bed was being dragged across the floor. The owner showed up and we went to the bar to set up. He joked about ghosts and told me some tales about what he had seen and heard when he was alone there. The word was out about the bar, but since it was sort of out of the way in a small town, not a lot of people showed up. We ended up closing around midnight. I helped clean up and we all left together. As I was pulling out, I noticed a face in the window on the second floor. Not the most extreme of experiences, but it was strong. I could feel the fact that I was being watched. I never went back either. I was in my office today. That's when one of the guys came and got me. We have a giant industrial dryer that runs at over 350 degrees Fahrenheit. Also, there's no small-sized people here. Everyone wears extra-large-sized gloves or larger. Nobody can reach the drum of the dryer unless they're on a ladder. It's a big dryer. I followed him to his work. And, as it turned, there it was. A child-sized handprint in the dust, clear as day. Seemed like my little friend is making the rounds. The company where I work runs 3 shifts. I work the tail end of the 3rd and most of the 1st. I never mentioned it to anybody what I saw under my desk, though the aforementioned child's handprint is known by everybody now. This morning, I came into my guys freaking out. They were up in the system working, around 40 feet from the ground. That's when one of them saw a little boy running around in pajamas. There's only 2 guys that, work nights, and, they were together. So they climbed down the ladders to the floor and searched for an hour for this kid. They said at one point they heard him giggle. And this is too strange not to be the same apparition I saw at my feet a few weeks back. Don't know if this was a ghost or what. I'm hoping to get some feedback on something unusual I experienced a few years ago. And, by the way, I've always been a bit skeptical of paranormal phenomena. But this encounter has stayed with me. I want to share what happened and see if anybody else has had a similar experience, or perhaps can offer insights. So, this happened when I was 16. It was around 7 or 8 p.m. I was in my fully lit bedroom. I was scrolling through Instagram. Sorry for that. I was awake and fully aware of my surroundings when suddenly my alarm clock turned on by itself and started playing Cake by the Ocean. Random detail, I know. Cake by the Ocean. I remember feeling a bit of uneasiness at that moment, like something was off in the room. But I wasn't alone. I looked up and there, right next to my alarm clock, this is what I can only describe as a humanoid entity. It wasn't solid, but rather it seemed to be made of light. The light was bending in a way that formed the shape of a person. Arms, legs, head, torso, but no fine features. It was like a distortion of light, kind of like a heat mirage. The room also seemed a little brighter than normal, almost like the entity was somehow affecting the electricity or perhaps even the environment. I remember feeling terrified. but also knowing that whatever it was there clear as day. My eyes started watering and I couldn't speak. I ended up slowly backing out of the room, closing the door and running upstairs to get my dad. When we went back down, it was gone. I've never experienced anything like this since. And I know some might chalk it up to a vivid imagination or something, maybe psychological, but it felt real. My mom also mentioned that I had an imaginary friend when I was little. She said a psychic once even mentioned it. It's always stuck with me, and now I'm wondering if there's any connection to what I saw years later. I'm curious if anybody else, sort of slurred that, I'm curious if anyone else has had similar encounters with light-based or energy entities, or if you have any insights into what I might have experienced. Thanks for reading, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts. Worst experience. It was the last day of June 30th. My stepdad worked at a motorcycle shop. It was next to the Native American reservation. This particular day, me and Mom had to go help him at work. That's because they were moving buildings to somewhere about a mile away, and thank God. My stepdad had told me a sorry about something that happened there, which we will assume they meant story. And it was a story that was paranormal-wise, and I've always believed in the paranormal, by the way. Ever since I was really little, I've heard voices and stuff. I've seen things that weren't there, or things would fly across my room and shit. So my stepdad had told me one time he was exhausted from the summer heat. He was working all day. He was vulnerable, and that's when demons and shit can get to you. He said he was talking to my mom, and next thing he knew, he was leaving the building. But what had happened was, as he choked my mom out, it almost killed her. She had a broken nose and choke marks, and this would have been something he could have done if he were... This is something that wouldn't have been something he could have done if he wasn't possessed. My stepdad was never scrawny at all, but he was about 160 pounds and 5'8"-ish. My mom was like 5'11", 245. Two other people saw this happen and said his eyes went black. His whole demeanor changed. He eventually overpowered it and dropped her, leaving the place on his motorcycle. Once he crossed the bridge away from the Native American res, he had to pull to the corner because he felt sick and puked up black goo. He went over to the cop that was at the other corner and asked if he had seen him. Cop said no. He never even heard the motorcycle, in fact. So this night it was my turn to have an experience. Oh boy. An experience that secured my belief in the incident that happened and in the paranormal itself. Public service announcement. If you don't believe in the paranormal, you likely won't unless you've had an experience with it. Very true. The night was normal. It was about 9 p.m. I was going to the Walmart a little bit away. I was going with my mom to get food since everyone was hungry. We got to the Walmart, but we had out our dog with us, and my mom decided to stay in the car with him while I went in with her phone to get groceries. I go into the store, and I'm looking for stuff, and I was about to call my stepdad on my mom's phone. Didn't have a phone at the time since I was much younger. So I'm about to call my stepdad and see what kind of flavor of yogurt he wanted, but he called me. I answered the phone and I hear, "Hi." And I said, "Hey, good thing you called me. I was just about to call you and see what kind of..." I was cut off by, "Hi, hi, hi." I was like, hello? And all I got was, hey, hi, hi. And then the hang-up tone. I freaked out. I called him back and I was like, what'd you do that for? And he was like, what do you need? I was on the phone with my boss. And my heart fucking sunk. I told him what happened, and he told me not to worry. I worried. He said, get whatever. So I hurried and got food and left. I went out and told my mom what happened, and she said to just ignore it too. I was getting in the car and we were about to leave and a message came through on her phone. What's your name, little one? Expletive, expletive, expletive. I screamed, what the fuck? And I started saying, stop, Dad, this isn't funny. We got there and I confronted him. He said he didn't know and just kind of blew it off again. Me and my mom were going into this room to unstock the shelves of all the nuts and bolts and screws and tape and small shit like that. But the lighting in this room was insanely bright, and the music was louder in here than all the others. It was too much for me after a bit, and I just got extremely nauseous. My mom was directing me to leave. As I said, she's 5'11", and I was about 5'3" at the time, so she's much taller. She had her arm over my shoulder and opening the door, and as I turned, I saw an almost 6-foot black shadow figure of a man. So I hear, get out! And me and my mom fucking ran. I felt fucking sick. It was hard to breathe, and it was hot as fuck outside. There's a lot of you-know-what's-key words in this story. For those that are offended, that is not me. So we went and told my dad, and even he looked scared. I was fucking terrified. Me and my mom and dad all had to go lock up the merch room. And I was the one who had to lock the door. I felt fucking sick. But my stepdad and mom were too pussy to do it. I went over and was locking the door, and I hear, I'm not going to use my real stepdad's name, but we'll just call him Joe. Joe! In an almost little girl song voice. I messed that up. I fucking froze. I looked back, and so did my mom and stepdad, and my mom goes, it just called his name. And we all fucking ran. My stepdad had this look in his face, and he looked like he was about to puke. More shit happened, little shit. Kept hearing our names being called, all kinds of stuff. Eventually we left, and I'll never go back there. And by the way, if you've ever seen a Native American bent marking tree, they're trees that are tied by rope when you're growing, so they have a bend near the base. And there was one outside of this place. Wonder why they do that. About a year or two later, me and my mom and stepdad all went on vacation. We went up north. And up north, there was this supposed haunted mansion. And there was a bent tree there, too. Also, that place was also very haunted. Also, it had Native American print on the windows. And the people who lived there were friends with Native Americans. Also, there was a Native American pottery. I think I met a spiritual entity. This is kind of weird for me to talk about. I've always had a doubt in my mind about these experiences I've had, but maybe I'm crazy. Or maybe I hallucinated them. I have had a few paranormal things happen to me. I'll start with the first, most intense experience first. This happened about 8 years ago or so. I was 20, I think, and lived in an apartment with my brother and some friends. A week prior, I had a friend over, and he offered me DMT, dimethyltryptamine. It was my first time ever trying it, and so I accepted. I smoked it, but nothing at all happened. Just a weird visual in my head when I closed my eyes. Then, after a few seconds, it was just gone. There was this feeling that remained, though. Some extra feeling that had never been there before. It felt very real, but very subtle. I was never into meditation, but I decided to meditate and focus on that feeling. Well, I did, and every day I did, so I sort of felt my sanity start to slip. I felt presences around me. After a week of this, one day there was no one in the apartment, and I was sitting in the kitchen. The kitchen was upstairs, and I was sitting on a bar stool on the counter. The stairs to the kitchen area were to my back. And all of a sudden, I felt that feeling again, but more stronger than I ever felt before. It didn't feel like it was just a feeling inside me anymore. It felt like it was outside of me. Like I said, I felt my sanity, or at least what I believed was my normal behavior. I felt it slipping. So I called out loud while my back was facing the stairs. "Come closer." I actually heard footsteps, some clinking of chains or something moving up the stairs. I didn't dare look behind me. I didn't want to disturb whatever this experience was. I called it again. "Come closer." Whatever that feeling was became stronger and stronger, like it really was moving closer. The air actually felt electrified. My whole body was vibrating. It felt very intense, like it was in the presence of something very powerful. Can't remember if I said "come closer" again, but what happened next was I felt its hand on my shoulders. As soon as that happened, I felt a bolt of electricity run from the bottom of my spine out the top of my head. When it reached my head, I saw in my mind a picture of a flower blooming. And then I saw myself. The back of my head. I was looking at myself through its eyes. My hands were like a furry black paw. I was wearing some sort of robe or some sort of cloak, like the ones the Jedi wear in Star Wars. I looked like a dog creature, and I had big pointy black ears. I saw my furry paws resting on my own shoulders. I can remember what happened next, or rather I just can't remember. But my brother came back home a little while later, and I didn't tell him. At the time, we both worked at a ski resort, and that night was the 85th or so anniversary. So we got in the car and drove him through the canyon up the resort in his truck. And I felt like I could feel everything almost, like a sixth sense of some kind. I felt like I could feel the flow of the cars in front of me and behind me, like a rhythm or current that was connecting everything. What I felt the most, though, was my brother. I felt this sharp anxiety building up. About 20 or so minutes into the drive, he turned to me and I could tell that he was agitated. He told me he needed to go do something weird. He rolled down the windows and started to yell, just yelling like the anxiety built up so much that he needed to release it. But I could sense it, feel it before he even turned to me. When we got there, I went to the employee lounge, and I'm not really sure where my brother went. I just sat in a corner soberly for a while, concentrating on the feeling I still had. I still felt like I could feel some extra dimensional energy or whatever that was connecting everything and influencing everything. That sounds super woo-woo, but it's pretty much exactly what I felt. More people started to come into the employee lounge, and it was sort of around evening time. Forgot to mention that. Some were pretty drunk and off the clock, and some were on the clock on a break. I don't remember if it was all of a sudden it happened or just suddenly I was more aware. But I could see with my eyes open, but not exactly with my eyes. It's hard to describe. I was seeing physical reality in front of me. People talking to each other and laughing and having a good time, while vividly in my mind's eye, I could see in the center of each person who looked like a sun, orange yellow, and on fire with solar flares emanating out. The flares would sort of play with another person's flare, and when each flare stopped interacting with the other, 10 or so seconds later the person would move on and talk to someone else. I observed this a few times and realized I could sort of predict when two people would stop interacting before they actually did. I've thought about it a lot, and if I'm not crazy, I think what I saw was the absolute core of each person. Maybe what people describe as the soul. After this, I never really experienced anything this vivid or intense again, except perhaps some bouts of intense anxiety afterwards. I think it was related to the strong feelings, but not being able to comprehend them or know what to do with them. Not being able to just ride the current or whatever it was that I did easily the first time. The very last time I felt the feeling was I was at a Cafe Rio with a buddy of mine. For some reason I stopped a worker there. A young Caucasian lady, and I talked to her. Can't even remember about what, but I just did. I felt like a tether of electricity between us when I was talking. Not just some vague feeling. It was very tangible. I could almost see it in my mind's eye, like seeing something in your periphery. I didn't even talk to her for very long about anything important, I don't think. She looked kind of shell-shocked. Her eyes were a little wide and she was kind of staring at me. I don't think she really answered my conversation with anything substantial. It seemed like I was going with the flow of whatever the feeling is. She was extremely distracted by it. My buddy was standing a few feet away, and he basically emphatically told me, after I stopped talking to her, "What the hell was that?" He said he could actually feel a connection between us vividly. He had the same look in his eyes like she did, sort of spooked. This encounter with the woman and my friend is the only actual proof I have to myself that something did actually happen to me. And I didn't have a full-blown episode. That somebody outside of me actually noticed it made me feel like something objective happened and not just something in my head. Well, that's the end of today's full-blown episode. Sweet dreams. Explore the extraordinary with Paranormal M, your home for tales that defy reality. Don't forget to hit subscribe and turn on notifications. The thrill of the unknown awaits you. Can anybody help me understand what happened that night? 11 years ago, my life took an unexpected turn that I'll never forget. I was a directionless 19-year-old from Cleveland, fresh out of a devastating breakup and a brief stint at Youngstown State University. College wasn't for me. I'd only gone because my guidance counselor insisted, and I dropped out after about one semester. But during that short time, I met Jenna. It's not her real name. And our relationship continued even after I returned home. Growing up on the rougher side of Cleveland meant that we needed somewhere else to spend time together when Jenna was visiting, so fortunately my brother shared a house with 3 friends about 10 minutes from my place. It was your typical young guy's party house, complete with 2 dogs in the basement, Chocolate, a pit bull with an escape artist's soul, and Creed, an American bulldog. One fateful night, Jenna and I were crashed on the oversized couches in the living room. That's when my brother and his friends returned from the club with a few women in tow. Among them was somebody who'd made it clear she was interested in me. After everyone else headed upstairs to sleep, I lay there wrestling with temptation. In a moment of weakness I'm not proud of, I went upstairs to pursue something that would have destroyed my relationship. Thankfully, the woman had more integrity than I did that night. firmly rejecting my advances and calling out my disrespectful behavior. Consumed by shame, I returned downstairs. I couldn't bring myself to share the couch with Jenna. Instead, I took the other couch near the living room entrance, draping my arm over my head and pulling a blanket over my face. As I drifted off, I heard what I assumed were Chocolate's familiar footsteps approaching. She was known for sneaking out of the basement. That's when things took a terrifying turn. I tried to get up to return the dog to the basement. My body wouldn't respond. Only my eyes could move. Sleep paralysis, I thought, trying to rationalize the situation. Then I felt something climb onto the couch. What happened next still haunts me. Teeth slowly sinking into my outstretched hand. The pain both sharp and deliberate. When I finally broke free from the paralysis, I tumbled to the floor. The room was empty, no dog in sight, and Jenna remained peacefully asleep on the other couch. Panicked, I ran to check the basement, only to find both dogs exactly where they should have been, looking up at me curiously from behind the basement door. I spent the rest of the night on that couch, wide awake, just trying to make sense of what had happened. Was it a supernatural warning, a manifestation of my guilt? To this day, I have no explanation for what bit me that night, but its impact was lasting. Although Jenna and I eventually parted ways for unrelated reasons, I've never even considered being unfaithful since that night. Some might call it karma, others a hallucination. But whatever visited me that night changed me forever. I've kept this story to myself for over a decade, partly out of shame, partly out of fear that no one will believe me. But I still wonder, what really happened in those dark hours? And was I merely punished for my intentions? Or maybe even saved from something worse? Has anyone ever experienced feeling like they're living between two realities or parallel universes? I've been going through something for the past 10 months, maybe even longer, and I've never met anybody who understands it. I'm hoping somebody here might relate because I feel so lost and discouraged, almost disconnected. Whenever I sleep, it's like I'm not just dreaming, like I'm actually living in another reality. These experiences feel more real than my waking life, to the point that I sometimes question which world is real. The places, the things, the emotions, it all feels like I've lived it before, like real memories. But none of it exists in real life. It started with terrifying, hyper-realistic dreams where I felt completely trapped. I was aware that I was dreaming. Every time I tried to wake up, I found myself in another dream. Each one scarier than, the last one. It's like I was jumping between alternate worlds, unable to get back to the real one. Every time it happened, it lasted longer, and I became more afraid that I'd never wake up in my real world again. One of the scariest parts was that I even felt physical pain from those dreams. One time, something hit me in the back of my head in a dream. When I finally woke up, I still felt the exact same pain in real life. It's like my body was experiencing things from this other world. I constantly see places in these dreams that I know so well, like I've been there countless times. I remember them from my heart, the same way I remembered my own home. I know these places inside now, and I have a lot of memories with those places. but when I wake up I realize they don't exist in the real world. The strangest part is that I haven't even dreamed of them before. It's not like recurring dreams. I already knew these places before ever seeing them in a dream, so that's how well I know them. But where do I know them from? That's what's making me feel like I'm losing my mind. It's not just places. I see things like objects and symbols, even specific details of everyday life that feel deeply familiar. I don't even think they exist in reality. These aren't random dream details. They're things I recognize with certainty, like they've always been part of my life. But they haven't, at least not in this life. These dreams aren't just brief experiences. Like every single night I go back to another life, and when I wake up it feels like I've left something behind. I can't fully be present in this world anymore because a part of me is still over there. Even when I'm awake and busy, I feel disconnected, like I don't truly belong in this reality. Because of this, I've stopped enjoying life. I don't want to make friends, have relationships, or even try to be happy. That's because I feel like I'm not supposed to be here. It's like I'm stuck in between two worlds, constantly thinking about the memories from the other place. I don't know what to do. I've tried talking to therapists and people around me, but no one seems to understand. They just think I'm imagining things or going crazy. But these experiences... Sorry, my computer does that sometimes. But my experiences feel real. And I know what I've seen, and I know how I feel. Has anyone else ever gone through something like this? I just want to know I'm not alone. Absolutely. My friend saw a approximately 8-foot shadow creature wearing a white coat. In the previous suburb that I've lived, there's like a playground beneath a small hill that my friends and I used to hang out with there. On top of that hill is a walk path. Since it's the 80s, it was used as railing for trains. Everyone and everything that walked on that path can be seen from the playground, since it's pretty open and nothing's obstructing the view except one very thin tree. 6, maybe 7 years ago, I was hanging out in the playground with my friends as usual. I was the only one facing the hill and the walk path, and it was getting dark. I looked down for a second so I can light a cigarette, and when I looked up, I saw an abnormally tall person that was completely pitch black, but you could make up a hat that looked like a fedora, a long trench coat, and some sort of a briefcase from his silhouette. He was running fast, but dead silent. When he got behind the tree that was obstructing the view, he simply disappeared like some cartoons. I was very confused by it at first, so without saying anything, I went over to the tree to see if anyone's behind it. While walking to the tree, my friends were confused as to why I'm going, and they were asking me, but I didn't say anything. Once I got to the tree, I saw nobody. If the person were to go in any direction after passing the tree, I would have seen him. And in that moment, my heart fell. I ran back to my friends, traumatized, to tell them what happened. They started making fun of me. They were saying that I went crazy. 1 year later, I stopped hanging out with most of my friends, but I started hanging out all the time with my current best friend. And one night, we're just chilling. We started talking about strange encounters that we had experienced. I decided to tell him about my sighting of a shadow man and creature. Once I started to describe what the man was wearing, I saw fear on his face. I said that he was wearing a fedora-like hat, and he interrupted me by saying, "And a trench coat?" I felt fear in that moment as well. When he told me his encounter with the said man and creature, he was walking on a path one summer night when he got attacked by some stray dogs. He crouched to pick up a rock, but when he lifted his head, a very tall shadow man stood right in front of him with no facial features except glowing red eyes. He wore a fedora hat, a long trench coat, and carried a briefcase. Same things I'd seen. He got scared. He started sprinting the opposite direction and went back home. Once he got home, he told his mother about the encounter. She was freaked out as well. She told him that his aunt had an almost exact same encounter around 20 years ago. One day his aunt was picking some mushrooms, and once she lifted her head up from the same, or rather when she lifted her head up, the same man stood in front of her, and this was during daytime. Only difference in this encounter was that the shadow had an old Motorola-like phone from the 80s in its hand. She ran away from it as well. Don't think there were cell phones in the 80s, but okay. The day after I decided to tell my grandmother about the incident, since she's a very religious person. Everybody in the mentioned story is Muslim, by the way, including me, but we do not practice the religion that much. She told me that it is probably a jinn, and that she did not see it, but my great-grandmother did when she was young. She seen it in her house, and she said some dua or prayer, and the shadow disappeared. The night after that, my friend and I made up a reason for the sightings. We thought it was some type of warning to stop sinning when you are sinning heavily. Us two were sinning non-stop at the time, in parentheses. And that the object that the shadow holds means what you have to stop doing. After that, we didn't hear or see anything related to the shadow creature till about a month ago. At this current time, us two were far from the bad people that we were. We changed to be better. But sadly, we still do not practice religion that much, so I doubt that our quote-unquote reason was actually it. A month ago, I had a nightmare. I swear I dreamed that I was in some abbeys, or abyss perhaps. It was pitch black, going with the latter. I was walking on some type of a wooden balancing beam, one used in gymnastics. And as I was walking on it, the shadow creature appeared on my left, but this time with nothing in his hands, and he was floating. He just stared at me for a few seconds while I was walking on it. After he raised his hands in the air, did some movement with them, I was set on fire. I thought nothing about it at first. It was just a nightmare. But I continued to have the same nightmare for the next 5 days. Tonight, my mentioned best friend, who's still living in the suburb, he was coming back home from work around midnight. He went to his front door, and once he was untying his shoes, he remembered that he did not lock his car. So he went back to the car, locked it, turned around to get back to his front door, and he seen the shadow creature on the corner of his house. But now he was wearing a clearly white coat, like the ones that doctors wear, as he described it, and it was taking a step towards him, like it's sneaking. He sprinted inside his house, locked the doors, and gave me a call to tell me about the encounter. He sounded absolutely terrified. After about 5 minutes of trying to calm him down, he decided to take a peek out of his window to see if anything or anyone's there. There was nothing. Did this random woman inform me about the death of my relative before it happened? This happened literally last Monday. Hasn't left my mind since. I was waiting at the bus stop after I finished a lecture on my course, and it was completely packed of students as usual. Normally, I just put my AirPods in and sync into my playlist without really paying attention to anyone around me, or even my surroundings in general. And I've been following this routine for the past 2 years, mind you. I never care enough to look up to see who's standing there, or who I might recognize because I genuinely don't care. This time was different. There was this older blonde woman waiting at the bus stop, staring at the massive apartment blocks across the street. And despite the bus stop being packed with students, she stood out completely because of her clothes. She was wearing what I would describe as really classy vintage clothing. It was surprising, but wasn't exactly a shocker. I know these days many people experiment with their clothing styles, so honestly it's not that big of a deal to see the revival of older, more formal clothing. What was surprising, however, was her appearance. This woman looked straight out of the 1950s. Her hair was short and gelled back, similar to that of Marilyn Monroe. Something was just so out of place it was making me uncomfortable. And the weirdest shit was that nobody was paying attention to her, when I was just blankly staring at her like a freak. So, I just decided to just ignore her. I turned on Spotify and began scrolling on Reddit. Ages passed. Like a long-ass time. This is a teacher writing this. Honestly, I lost track of it, and my bus was taking forever. At some random point, I see students directly in front of me shuffling around, and the woman seeping through them. Now, standing in front of me. It was only now that I realized how attractive she was. I didn't get a proper look at her earlier, but I now could see that she was very, very beautiful. 10 seconds of eye contact passed. "I'm sorry for your loss," she said calmly in such a weird way. Even her accent was out of date. I was so confused by what she meant. She closes her mouth and walks off. At first, I thought she was trying to flirt with me or something. But then I honestly thought she was just a stupid woman trying to prank me and that she was an idiot for wasting so much time at the bus stop. Polarized much. Fast forward to when I get home. Nothing. Everything's completely normal. My mom greets me, and even though I didn't believe her, I was relieved that the woman didn't create anything negative in my life. As I'm preparing to go to bed, my mom gets a call. It's my aunt informing her about the death of her brother. He had died in a motorcycle accident. I was never really that close to my uncle, so I respectfully shared my condolences with my mom, but didn't feel too much, really, other than the shock from the whole situation before. My mother burst into tears, and I was just worked up trying to comfort her. When things had settled, I went to lie down in bed and remembered the woman. I was freaking out for like 15 minutes straight, then eventually convinced myself it was just a coincidence, which it likely was because she didn't specify what kind of a loss. The whole situation still had me dumbfounded, even if it was just a coincidence, but there was just no way it was timed so perfectly. And that it's probably the most I'll ever get to ever experiencing a paranormal encounter, if it can even be considered as one. Professor, huh? This ghost encounter lives rent-free in my mind. So I'm getting ready to go to TJ again this coming weekend. We're planning on getting a hotel yet again in TJ, and I'm actually quite nervous about it due to the last time I stayed in a hotel in TJ like 2 years ago. Where in the heck is TJ? So, back in 2022, me and my family decided to stay at a hotel in TJ last minute due to the dumb heavy rains heading back to California. Felt it was much safer to wait it out. TJ, California. It was getting late. We crossed and went to get some tacos while I called a few hotels in TJ, by the border. Tijuana maybe. But most were booked and ended up finding one that had one room available, so we ended up taking it. We get there, room AC's going up for no reason. Can't seem to stop it. After the first hour, we just basically called the front desk and the lady told me to turn it off, but told it wouldn't turn off, just keep going up, and we were sweating at this point. She said she'd sent somebody to come check it out, and they took another 40 minutes to arrive. My toddler at the time, fussy due to the warmth, was tired and couldn't sleep. I looked down the hall, and the guy was barely coming. The AC got stuck in the mid-80s, something like that, and he just made it worse by saying, "Leave the door open, let the air come in, and let the room cool down. No one will come in." I was tired, kind of irritated. It was almost midnight, and hearing this made me snap. I told him I wanted a full refund, or another room, now. He insisted, and I ended up calling front desk. The lady gave me excuses that there were no other rooms available, blah blah, and then finally after, 15 minutes of going back and forth, she said, "Fine, I have another room, but it's on the first floor, and it has 2 twin beds instead of the queen, and there'll be an extra fee." I snapped back and told her, "No, give me a refund now. This is ridiculous. May I speak to your manager?" And then she said, "No, my mistake. No fee will be added. Meet me on the first floor elevator." So, there we go. Down the 6th floor, all sweaty, all of our stuff. I'm getting a headache coming down the elevator. We get off and we see the lady standing there with a smug face. Annoyed, then opens the door to the room that was next to a small tucked-in maintenance room, and another door that said exit on the right side of the room. I turned around to thank the lady she was gone. Walked in the room, noticed a stale smell in the room. Like it's never been in use, perhaps. The sheets were pretty cold and stiff. The bathroom was definitely just cleaned. Figures. Anyways, I put everything down in the chairs, just put my toddler in one bed with me, and her dad was knocked out in the other bed across the room. Turned off the lamps, and I remember just drifting off fast up until I heard what sounded like dragging. Like when you drag a heavy chair across wood floors. You know that sound. And it was right behind the bedboard. I opened my eyes and I kept hearing it just go back and forth like 3 or 4 times. Then that's when the soft thumps on the wall behind me started. I sat up and it was dark, but a bit of light came through the cracked curtains from this billboard outside the hotel. Decided to get up, use the restroom. When I got off the bed, the sound stopped. Didn't think much of it. I was tired and I had to get up in a few hours, drive back to California in the AM, and that's when I went to wash my hands and I heard another thump on the wall. It was right behind the mirror. This time it was harder, and again I didn't think much of it, just headed back to bed. As I'm walking back to bed, I see my little one sitting up in the bed rubbing her eyes, asking for her dad. So I laid her with him and took advantage. I had a whole bed to myself for once. Not even 5 or 6 minutes later, the dragging picked up again, but this time I heard like muffled weeping and sobbing behind the wall. I waited a moment and then it happened again, but higher up the wall, but more toward their bedside. I thought maybe a couple got into it and they fought, or maybe a hooker was being assaulted. It is Mexico. I sat up trying to let my eyes adjust in the dark again, thinking I should call the front desk lady. It's getting loud, and as I'm trying to focus on the cracked curtains when out of my left peripheral, I catch a roundish shadow peek at the end of my bed. Turned around pretty damn scared. Told myself it's my hair, but realized it was up in a messy bun. Then I froze. I saw the shadow slowly peek from the bathroom door, then zip back up really fast. My eyes froze. Never felt this type of fear in my life, but my brain was like not letting me set in what I was looking at. And I remember grabbing the sheets tightly and pulling them over my head, curling up in a ball and trying to make sense of what I saw. Maybe I'm just tired, and maybe I should just leave one lamp on just in case. If somebody broke into her room, my mind was just basically racing at this point. So I'm laying there, under the smelly, stale sheets, smelled like, I don't know, damp. But I was just trying to make sense of what I saw. I heard the thuds again softly on the same wall, but then they picked a pace and scattered. Went up like the wall, and the weeping sounds got louder with them. Then they stopped, like right on the ceiling. Well, I don't know how long I stayed curled up under the sheets, but I needed air. I was sweaty again, and I really wanted to get my phone from my purse, and my dumbass left it in the chair across the room. I could legit feel my heart beating out of my skin at this point. I made the stupid decision to uncover myself. And as I am, the sobbing and weeping crying screeched right next to my right ear. It was so loud I tried screaming and fell out of the bed. I just remember scrambling to get back onto the bed and cover myself up again, like I legit froze up hard after that. I didn't go back to sleep. I was legit frozen on fear and shock and confusion. Mind's racing again, I don't know. I just remember seeing the light from the cracked curtains become a bit brighter and being able to see a bit of sunlight through the sheet. It took me a minute to uncover myself because I was legit scared I'd hear whatever the fuck that was again. But eventually I did, and when I got the courage to get up and go to get my phone, my alarm went off for "hit the road back home." End of quote. After everybody was up and showered, I just wanted to leave. I didn't want to eat there. I just wanted to leave that damn hotel from hell. On our way out of the room, I looked back and saw there was no room behind our room. Only the maintenance room that was further back and the exit door. So, on our way back home, I asked my boyfriend if he heard anything last night. He said no, and I thought I heard you yell or something, but he was so tired he just went back to sleep. I told him what I had seen and heard and left him taken a bit aback because he doesn't believe in the paranormal. And he noticed I was really frazzled by what I encountered, and I wasn't myself that morning. Other things occurred after about 2 weeks of being home. One in particular that left me floored and not wanting to stay the night in TJ ever again. But here we are, booking another hotel in TJ. I'm honestly taking earplugs this time. That day is carved into my mind like it was yesterday. Tijuana. An inexplicable instant. This happened about 8 years ago. I still think about it from time to time because it's truly inexplicable. I wonder if somebody here could explain it, based on what I wrote, not just some extraneous assumptions. At the time, I had a DSL router in my living room, to which my phone line was connected, plugged into a USB jack. Turns down the volume. It was standing on a small table near my computer. One night after I had worked online, I went to bed and started reading on my iPad. I remember I was reading an ebook and I just borrowed from the open library. I had just been reading for maybe about 15 minutes. That's when I noticed the internet connection was gone. I waited for about 5 or 10 minutes. It often came back spontaneously, but then I got up to go reset the router. Sure enough, the red light was blinking, and then as I reached for the box to press the reset button, I noticed the phone cable was lying on the floor, as far from the USB jack. That's it. And it's no small matter because, 1, I never touched the router before I went to bed. 2, the cable was plugged tightly into the USB jack at all times, like you had to push it until it kind of clicked. 3, upon examination, the part that went into the jack did not appear to be damaged or broken in any way. And even if it had been, and had somehow fallen out, it wouldn't explain the position of the cable when I found it, far away from the jack. 4, no other human and no animals of any kind were present, or any other time. And 5, I was not under the influence of any kind of substance, or even sleepy for that matter. That was the only time something like that happened, and I would like to explain it reasonably, which is why I'm posting it. But I cannot post this on some computer or hardware sub because it's not really a hardware problem, it's quite literally paranormal, i.e. something that appears to be beyond normal. Which the narrator considers as being supernormal. But hey. Could it just be the effect of the area the house is on that makes it seem haunted? I have lived in this house for nearly 25 years. It's electric heat, no carbon monoxide potential, and is on a former swampy area, and has a power pole directly on my property. I've been debating lately how much I'd like to find a way to sell and move from here. That's because it's, never truly felt like home. I can't tell you why. To me, it's just a place to live, but not a home. It's been a family home for over 30 years, though. The bottom half, completely finished basement, was built in the mid to late 1970s. The upper part was an older home that was brought in from elsewhere, age and origin unknown. So, with all of that out of the way, in the past, after my family first moved in, my mother would often see or talk to quote-unquote me when I wasn't there. Once, she saw me come upstairs, wearing a different outfit than I had, and spoke to me, and I replied. Another time, she went downstairs to ask for something. Quote-unquote I replied through my closed bedroom door, and when she came upstairs, she was surprised to see me in the living room. And I experienced the same type of incidents at one point, except it was using my stepdad's voice. I never heard of mimics until recently while reading this forum, but now I wonder if that was what that even was. The me just replied to my mother, but my stepdad, all of these in quotes, was more like trying to get me to go into the empty hallway. One evening, my stepfather was napping on the couch after work while home alone. When he woke up, he saw a man standing in the doorway to the living room. The man said to him, "I'm not afraid of you." My stepfather jumped up and the man was gone. No one else ever saw or encountered this man. 19 years ago, he got sick with cancer. And on the day he went to the doctor and got diagnosed, he saw 2 women walk through the kitchen in long dresses. He never came back home that day and ended up passing in the hospital about 3 months later. But he also saw an angry woman come into this hospital room during cancer treatment. Could be similar type of event. He got very sick very quickly, unrelated to the house. For years, the entire family would hear the back door open and shut loud in the overnight and early a.m. This continued for years intermittently, even after most of the family moved out, After a few weird noises, including footsteps on the stairs with no one there, a few years back I put an old, quote, blessed cross up on that door. Hasn't occurred since. I do have a great aunt who heard something calling her name during the first and only visit decades ago. Refused to ever come back again. She's lived in this haunted, well, not this, but other haunted houses before. So she's not easily frightened by that sort of thing, but would never talk about it. Just that something said her name and she wouldn't ever come back. But she's eccentric. After my grandmother, her sister passed away, and she swore she saw her looking into her own home's windows. I'm not saying she's a reliable narrator, but she's never come back and told multiple family members about her name being called, but that's all. Things constantly break, especially water-related things. There's been 2 complete basement floodings. A pipe burst behind the wall, water heater broke and leaked twice. Sump pump replaced twice. Washer broke down and flooded 3 times. Taps and faucets have been replaced at least twice, and the roof has been replaced twice. That's been in the last 15 years or so. Possibly because of the former swampy land, I don't know. And it always takes longer than it should for people to repair things too. There is a ghost cat that's been seen by multiple people. It's mostly just a dark-shaped cat. You can see its eyes, though. It's not really any of the cats any of this family's ever had here. Just a solid black cat. And it'll look at you. One night I came upstairs in the near dark. A cat came over to me. I reached down to pat it. My hand threw it, and it was gone. Can't explain it, but I've seen it multiple times, as I've had at least 2 other people over the years. I know it's not my cats, though, but I've never seen them interact with it or anything, really. Beyond staring at nothing sometimes. That doesn't happen a lot. No one has ever stayed in this house for long previously. The last former owners left holes in the walls that were badly covered over with wallpaper. Like fist punch holes. They sold the house when they got divorced. This is just a few things that have happened, and there's been many odd little things over the years, but I think this is already too long to get into it all. I guess I just want to know if anybody thinks it's just because of the swampland and power pole combo causing people to imagine this sort of thing over the years, or if it may actually be haunted in some way. Sometimes it feels like something here likes negativity. I don't know. Not me. Can somebody tell me what's going on? As a healthy skeptic, this is my last resort. First, the minor things. I see things out of the corners of my eyes. Particularly, a man sat in a plaid shirt, hunched over in the corner of the room. I usually see this man in the same spot, but sometimes in several different places. I've also seen other figures in my peripheral vision, sometimes even people I know, but most of the time just dark, moving, sort of human-like shapes. This never happens to me and has happened to me, well, apart from this job. Thank you, giant truck. Second of all, sometimes I'll put metal cutlery out and it will slowly move in an unnatural way across the flat tables without anyone touching it. I've stood several times in the empty room and watched it slowly move in strange patterns. Due to the cafe and shop being underground, there's no windows or doors to the outside of this area, so no breeze. There's this one bathroom that I've seen a dark figure lurking in the doorway of. Peers around the corner at me in the pitch black. I've seen its thinned out face and tall build. That bedroom also has a stand and cupboard locked away from customers. Sometimes, A loud banging comes from the other side, which rattles the door and lasts about 10 consistent seconds. It's as if somebody's pounding the other side with something heavy. This has only happened 3 times. People at my work have also reported strange happenings, like hearing whispers in their ears and random things turning on. I've never experienced anything paranormal, well, especially not at home. Ever since I worked here and spoke about these occurrences at my home, things have begun to happen. Like there's a wall with many pictures of my family on it. One picture fell off the wall in the night and smashed. It was the only picture that just had me on the entire house. A picture that they were in, I'm assuming. My stepdad couldn't understand why it fell off. There was no visible damage to the hook and it had always hung on. I have also seen a distorted face with nothing but a long neck sort of peer and shoot under my bed when I saw it. Once I sent a voice note to my friend and I was telling her about the occurrences at work, and I was home alone, and in the background I can hear something saying like, "What's happening?" And then you can hear a metal pan slowly grate across the stonework surface. Then a scratching as if somebody's dragging fingernails across the ceiling. Lastly, I had a few strange dreams that don't even feel like dreams anymore. I wake up and the bed is violently shaking. Then a tall, unclothed, unhuman thing with pale skin jumps from the end of my bed and runs toward the door. The weird thing is my boyfriend started to have very similar dreams. This thing looked like the head and long-necked thing that I saw going underneath my bed in the middle of the day when I was doing laundry. A few stories and a few notes. This happened to a friend of mine who I trust. One night he was working as an office manager on an industrial site. He was the last guy in the building and had to complete some paperwork before heading off. It was quite late by the time he was finishing up. His office looked onto the main office floor, and in front of his office, across the room, were 2 windows that had metal shutters in front of them. That's on the outside that had been pulled down. That part of the room was in darkness, lit only by light from his office. At some point, he noticed what he thought were the headlights from a car outside the building, which were showing through the metal shutters of the right-hand side window. The car was clearly turning because the light was seen on the left-hand side window. It's only at that point that he froze. He suddenly realized that the light had traveled from the right window, across the inside wall, then through the left window. And at that point, he left the building sharpish. 2. This happened to a radio DJ who recounted a story one night while I was traveling home. And he's quite a funny DJ. His name is Spence, and he appears on the radio in Staffordshire on some local radio station. Anyway, he said that one night at around 2 a.m. he was traveling home from a radio show and got to a well-lit cross-junction that had a pedestrian island where the traffic lights were, and suddenly, he clearly noticed a woman pushing a pram in the area of the pedestrian island. Something made him turn away, but when he looked again, she was gone. 3. This happened to me in County Cork, Ireland, in the town of... He's also from there. In the town of Cobb, back in the 1990s. In that town is a massive cathedral, and having just arrived in a cold morning, I thought I would go to the cathedral for something to do and keep out of the cold. So I walked on in and walked down the central alleyway. Apparently, it's not the aisle. The aisles are 2 lanes on the side of the room, so while I'm walking toward the front of the cathedral, I'm looking at the religious pictures on either side of the walls. But as I get closer to the front, I'm conscious of somebody silently looking at me near the altar. I'm looking in their direction, but I had a strong sense that they did not approve of me being there. They were barrel-chested and had white hair. I kept walking slowly toward the front, but still not looking at the person. But finally, I got to a point where I had to make eye contact and introduce myself. What I saw was not a person at all, but a huge wreath of flowers. They were dedicated to the priest who had died the week before. I accept that I could have been mistaken, but the feeling I got from being stared at was unmistakable. 4. The next story isn't really a story, but more of a comment a coworker gave me. Back in 1975, there was a disaster at Moorgate Station in London on the Underground. 3 carriages overran the platform and smashed into the wall 20 feet beyond the platform. Lots of people were killed, and the cause of the accident is actually still unknown, despite countless theories. I work in the rail maintenance industry, and our company provides maintenance staff who work every night, 365 days a year, in keeping the underground running. Graham, a coworker, was talking about things in general. He said all of the underground stations, Moorgate is the one where more weird stuff is reported, from the operatives at least. And these are hairy, arsed contractor types than anything else. 5. Finally, a story from a holiday in Indonesia years and years ago. While I was there, I came across a guy from London. Told me about his childhood home. He told me that he always felt uneasy sleeping in his cot in the back room next to the toilet, even as a child. So he said one night he awoke and could only describe what he saw as various colored orbs suddenly appearing across the room, and a man appearing from nowhere. The guy came over to the cot and stared down at him. He had a mustache and a confused expression on his face. The guy telling the story then screamed, and his mom came into the room, turned the light on, and the guy disappeared, and that was that. It's only after that that he found out that the room had been used by the previous occupants for seances. Rough. Further weird occurrence. So, about 20 years ago now, I was living in Inglewood, which is a Victorian 4-story pile in Fulshaw Park South. It's between Wilmslow and Alderley Edge. Hope I said those right. I was there because I worked in Wilmslow for a law firm. I'm so sorry. Getting tired. I could walk to work through the village in about 20 minutes. I lived on the top floor in a 1-bed flat. To give some ideas to the layout of the flat, you entered into a hallway, and on the right was the kitchen and the living room. On the left was the bathroom and the bedroom. It was great at first. It allowed me to get to Manchester really quickly for a night out, and I could spend weekends in Wilmslow. Sunday mornings in Alderley Edge. It was also a proper fanny magnet, so to speak. I was single at the time and on dating sites, and I seemed to get lots of women coming around, but over the course of time there, things started to become weird. For a start, I stopped trusting the place. Hardly even used the front room, and I was preferring to eat in the kitchen or maybe even my bedroom and do work at the desk in the bedroom. When I had a shower, I would find myself leaving the bathroom door open and staring down the corridor, never taking my eyes off it. When I slept at night, I found I would wake up. Nothing unusual about that, I guess. It's just that I would wake up having sat bolt upright, and I would open my eyes so that I was staring at the bedroom door. And that's another thing. The door. I closed it each night and it would not stay closed at all. I was on the top floor, and there is a possibility, but a very faint one, that subsidence could cause the door to open. But I totally doubted that. For whatever reason, whenever I woke, the door was fully open, not just ajar. My now ex-wife and girlfriend at the time came over one night and she hated the place. She felt that the whole place felt really dark and, well, troublesome. But all this leads up to the night I left. Basically, before I left, I had to take the meter reader for the electricity and square up with the service provider. To do this, I had to go down to the basement, and to do that, I had to meet the landlord, who was an old RAF guy. He lived on the ground floor. He opened up, and we went down, and two things come to mind. The first was that the rubber covering on the electrical wires had melted through overuse, I guess. The second were the crayon pictures in the area of the basement which had been set aside for my flat. Obviously, children had been allowed to play down there at one point, and that was their lasting legacy. Anyway, I got the reading of the electricity, and we both went to the stairs and turned off the lights, and he locked the door behind us, departed back to his flat. I then went upstairs and started to pack everything I had into my car. I don't have a lot, but the whole process still took me about 10 trips up and down the stairs. Now, before I say the next bit, let me explain that I had a good friend who lived next door. She was a music teacher and didn't earn a lot, but lived alone and was always open for a bottle of wine when I bought one around. She was, shall we say, careful with her money, and needed to be since she didn't earn a lot. The other thing that needs to be said was that evening, a December one, it was quiet. Little to no wind, but warm. So as I go to the main entrance to the stairwell, the basement door is on the right, and all I hear is bam, 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 bam from behind that door. No voices, just a repeat, proper, violent smashing against the door. I froze and immediately went to Anne, the woman next door. "Hi, Anne," I said. Do you want to come up and see if you want any of the food I still got left over in the freezer?" And thankfully she said yes, because there was no way I was going back past that basement door alone. I have no explanation for what I heard that night at all. And the time I was there, I'd never heard anything from that door. Nothing. It just went mad for a few seconds, and I got the hell out of there. Estes method at home. One day it was just me and my sister at home alone. My sister, a 19-year-old female, downloaded an app that basically worked like a spirit box. Both my sister and I thought it'd be funny to try it out. So I blindfolded my sister with an old scarf of mine, and my sister used her earbuds to hear through the app. At first it was normal, until my sister started hearing words like help. I asked who was this, and didn't answer, only silence. I asked again who was it, and this time it said attached. I asked who are you attached to, and it said red hair. My sister dyed her hair red a month before. And for confirmation, Kay asked, "Are you attached to my sister?" And it said yes. I was kind of spooked and asked, "How many of you are there?" Only to receive, "We're here." I asked if it was in the house, and I only got the word forest and come find us. The town I live in has a forest on the west side of town, and 3 of my friends lives there. I asked again who this is, and I received a response, "He's coming." Like anyone, I asked, "Who is coming?" Only to get, "He is." and run. I asked who was he. I got, "Don't speak of him." It was weird. I asked some more questions, but all I can confirm was that there's either an entity or a demon in the forest. But I then decided to try to change the topic and asked, "How did you die?" And I got the words bombing. And it turns out, back World War II-ish era, there was unexploded hand grenades in a building on the main street of the town I live in. And turns out, back in 2006, a contractor found those grenades. I got my sister out of the Estes method and told her about what I found out. Then I suggested I go under, so I did. My responses wasn't like my sister. Mine sounded more panic, scared, saying words like "run and get out." And when my sister asked who she should run away from, the thing said her. My sister asked if the spirit was afraid of me, and the thing said yes and dark hair. My hair is a dark brown. There is more than was said that I can really remember, to be honest. But the one thing I'll always remember was hearing the loud male's voice say, "Get out." I was spooked out and got out of the Estes method, and after taking a little break, I went under again. But this time I only received silence, and the words like, "Not safe, run, and get out." After all that, we can confirm that there was spirits attached to my sister. The spirits are maybe afraid of me for some reason. And also, there's an entity or something in the forest. And I gotta say, I have never witnessed a legitimate phone app for anything like this. So I remain ever skeptical. Not that I'm a non-believer, but a non-believer in 99.99% of phone apps. Spirit encounters with my late Memo. My Memo, bless her soul, passed away in 2023. That was in late December. She had been really sick for a while and passed away peacefully in the morning. She was surrounded by loved ones and family the night before, so I think she made her peace to pass on the next day. She knew it was time. Well, around 2 days later, I could smell my Memo's perfume, which is this Avon one. You know, that certain strong old lady scent. Around my entire house, and especially all over my dog. My dog, whom my Memo loved so much in her last years of life. The scent lingered in my house for days, yet I was the only one who could smell it. The scent being especially strong on my dog's bed and on my dog's fur. No one uses the vintage Avon perfume in my family. And that same perfume bottle was in her room, still atop her dresser. I smelled it to make sure it was the same one I was smelling, and it was. I knew the scent was her, and she was visiting us one last time before leaving. Her death was extremely hard on my family. I think she was trying to just linger a little bit longer before passing over fully. Even now, I still dream of her frequently, especially before big events. I had a dream. I was watching her shopping for Christmas decorations, her all-time favorite season. But I couldn't join alongside her. It was like a film was blocking me from fully reaching out and getting her attention. But it was like all time stopped in that dream, just watching her push a cart full of tinsel. That was till she turned a corner and disappeared. There was a bright light behind her, too. My favorite dream of her, though, was, right before my 21st birthday. The night before, I dreamt of hugging my Memo, and she placed a kiss on my forehead. Then a bright light came from behind her, and I woke up. The latest dream I had was on the night before her 80th birthday this past January. I dreamt of hugging her. My mom also dreamt of her shopping for a birthday cake that night. She was getting the cake for her Tia, who passed away decades earlier. Sorry that got kind of long, but I never dreamed of my Memo, just simple things of being in her house while being a child again. Or just seeing her exist. I don't know. Does anybody else have dreams of past loved ones frequently? Haven't had this happen before, but maybe it's because I was very close with my Memo. And think about her frequently. There's never a day I didn't see her when she was alive. Story with my young daughter. Not sure what to believe. We had moved into my mother-in-law's home when my daughter was 4 months old. By the way, my daughter's now 38. So we were a young couple, both 21, living with my best friend in his apartment when we got married. So when our daughter arrived, it was time to move to my mother-in-law's house. Had a backyard, baby's own room, and help from my mother-in-law. She was a widow, lost her husband when my wife was 2 years old. The decent-sized house that she purchased after her husband passed away. She was still working. That was while I was also working, and my wife was a stay-at-home mom. About a half year into this arrangement, my daughter started waking up screaming in the middle of the night. Since I was working, my wife got up and just tried to comfort her. But it always took more than an hour to comfort our daughter. This went on for 3 or 4 nights straight. Finally, my wife was sleep-deprived and frustrated, so she nudged me to get up and comfort the baby. The first night I entered her room, my daughter was standing in her crib crying and looking specifically at a corner. Picked her up to soothe her. No matter which way I turned while rocking her, she kept looking at that corner. The hairs on the back of my neck was standing. Eventually, she fell back asleep, though. By the way, this happened for 2 additional nights, crying and looking at that corner. But the nights after that, she would cry to wake us up. But by the time I got there, she was quiet, yet still looking at that same corner. Upon reflecting, even when we were at that apartment as a baby, she would look up to the ceiling corner above the changing table. She would babble, like she was talking to someone, but not directly at us. That's whenever we would change her. Because she was continuing to wake us up, approaching 2 weeks, we were both tired. So I brought it up to my mother-in-law. She was sleeping in the front room while both of our rooms were in the back. Told her the full story. I guess I was hoping she would share the load of soothing the baby. She said, "Okay, don't worry, I'll deal with this." And by the way, my mother-in-law is a deeply religious Catholic, never misses Mass, and combined with some of the superstitions from her country, believes in her powers of faith to heal small aches and pains through massage. Absolutely real, by the way. Interestingly enough, after we told her, our daughter didn't cry out anymore, and all of us got great sleep for a week. But here's the thing. My mother-in-law never got up to soothe the baby. The crying just stopped. I was amazed, so after a couple of weeks I stopped my mother-in-law and asked her what she did. She simply said that she asked her late husband not to visit the baby because he was scaring her. That was it. My beloved mother-in-law passed away 7 years ago. Having watched our mother-in-law struggle in her home alone with all her health issues, we moved into a bungalow, since to spare my arthritic knees. During COVID, my daughter moved back home and had her grandson. And yet, sometimes my grandson would babble to a specific ceiling corner of the family room when we change him. And we all say he's talking to his great-grandmother, and even now has a fondness for my mother-in-law's pictures, even though he's never even met her. Rest in peace. My grandparents' home is haunted. My grandparents' home has always been haunted as far back as I can remember. Every animal in the house to this day refuses to enter the back bedrooms and hallways. Even my giant mud with separation anxiety. The feeling of unease and being watched is constant to the point many of my relatives refuse to use the bathroom in that house. It's down that hallway. I used to sleep in the worst room of the house, the one that just emanated negativity and fear. I have many stories from growing up in that house, such as shower curtains being yanked and whispers and footsteps in the night, opening and closing doors. But recently, things have kicked up a notch. My grandmother asked me to make the entity leave, and I did try. Sage, incense, holy water telling the entity to leave as it was unwelcome in the home, etc. It did not work. But things did, quiet down a little bit until now. Though I've moved away, I still visit often, and I also paint. I spent months on a painting of lovebirds that my grandparents wanted to take and place in their home. I didn't think much of it. I mean, sure, books and small knickknacks randomly fly off the shelves, but a large painting would be fine, right? Wrong. This painting is nearly 4.5 feet long and 4 feet wide and sat perfectly above their fireplace. As my grandparents are older, they had not hung the painting due to being unable to use ladders, but they leaned it against the wall and it stayed that way for weeks. Recently, they found my painting thrown to the floor, face down, with punctures through the canvas and the canvas frame, made of thick wood, and it was warped. The glass statues in front of the painting had also been knocked down, but they were unscathed, and nothing was found that could have caused such damage to the painting. My grandfather, bless his kind heart, painstakingly tried to repair the canvas and minimize the damage, though the frame is still warped. The painting itself no longer has gaping holes as he pieced it back together and taped back, even showing me his repairs that are far better than I could have imagined. He's carefully propped the painting back up, placed heavier knickknacks in front of it. Still, I am sad about my work being damaged, and I suspect it's from this entity. We don't live in an area where seismic activity would have been a concern, and even if it had been seismic activity, I would have assumed either precariously placed knickknacks would have fallen and been damaged. They have floor-to-ceiling bookshelves full of stuff in the same room, and the mantle still had most of its small and fragile stuff untouched, and nothing else was really out of place. I told my grandparents that I'm not equipped to tackle this entity and directed them to other resources. This thing, it's been a constant headache. That was really since I was a baby in that house, and I suspect it won't go anywhere else willingly. And made its annoyance at my removal attempt very clear. This is relatively tame compared to many stories I've seen on here, but I've been dealing with the paranormal my whole life, and this one particular entity is, incredibly frustrating. If anybody has any advice for grandparents, I'd love to hear it. The night before my cousin's wedding. Indeed. My family and I were in our home country for the summer. We were attending my cousin's wedding at the time, and as always, we all stayed at her grandparents' house. I had to share a room and bed with two of my other cousins, their sisters. The older cousin was the same age as me. The younger one was 3 or 4 years younger. The younger one slept in the middle. Before I share my encounter with you guys, I just want to make sure you understand the room's layout. The bed was in a corner against the wall. On the opposite side, there was a closet with a big mirror facing the bed. To the right of the closet was the door. At some point in the night, I woke up and realized I just couldn't move. I could only move my eyes. Out of nowhere, I saw that the door was wide open and a little girl walked in. She was a small child with shoulder-length hair, like a Dora cut, if you know what I mean. At first, I thought it was my cousin who was supposed to be sleeping next to me. But when I looked to my side, both my cousins were still asleep. The little girl wandered in and out of the room, moving in front of the bed and the mirror. Then she climbed onto the bed frame and started crawling toward me. That was the moment I woke up from my sleep paralysis. The next morning, I asked my aunt, who slept in the room next to ours, if my cousin, her daughter, who was sleeping with her, had woken up in the night and maybe sleepwalked. This cousin was the only other one who resembled the girl that I saw during sleep paralysis. My aunt looked at me confused and said no, because she had been with her the whole time after all. I couldn't shake the dream, so I just went for a walk. My grandparents' house is right next to a cemetery, and I often go there to visit my ancestors. I just decided to take a walk there. As I approached the headstones of my great-grandparents, I noticed a smaller headstone about 3 meters away. Walked over to look at it, and it was this little girl who had visited me. The picture on her headstone was 100% her. That's when I decided to go back and ask my grandmother about the little girl's passing. Turns out she was one of my relatives. She had passed away at a young age due to an accident. And I wish the opposite of an accident for all of you guys. Sweet dreams. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we reveal the secrets of the supernatural. Subscribe now and stay tuned for haunting episodes that will captivate your imagination. Prepare to explore the unexplained. Black, smoked, glowing entity tried to enter my body upon waking up. Last Thursday night, that was 3/6/2025, my 6-year-old German Shepherd, who's not a cuddler, from 11 to 1 a.m. was sleeping but woke up at least 5 times growling, which is pretty odd. He ended up laying beside me and put his head on my chest for a whole 2 minutes, which he never did before. Now I'm thinking maybe protecting me. What's also a little strange is earlier in the day I had visited my family and said to my sister and mom that my dog's not a cuddler and that I wish he was. Coincidence? Probably. At 1:30 a.m. and at 2 a.m., he ran barking from my bed down the other side of the house. I have to bring him back to my room, so I shut my door to not wake up my roommate again. I only slept from 2 a.m. to about 3:30, but I randomly woke up from sleeping and was still laying on my back. And in that 2 seconds of waking up, fuzziness, I saw this black glowing energy cloud like it was beside me, but behind me, was trying to enter me through my back or the back of my head. I flipped my face and body toward my pillow to look at it, and it tried kind of coming toward me, and I just screamed and yelled, "No!" It was like maybe 1.5 feet away at this point. It started in my bed and pillow. I jumped over my dog, off my bed, and ran to the door screaming, which was shut. Tried opening it, and I just couldn't get my door open. Mind you, it's unlocked. I looked back, and it was on my floor between me and the bed. Only about 1.5 feet tall, but maybe 3 or 4 feet wide. And like black smoke-like with a glow all around it. But it was way darker than my room, and I had no lights on. Eek! Anyway, the thing reached for me. I saw two arm-like things reach at me. I tried to open the door screaming, crawled up to my left knee, and of course I screamed louder and the door finally opens. It felt like it was trying to enter my chest. Not entirely sure if it did. I'm assuming it did, and the door swung open and I ran to my friend's room who was walking to me, and we met in between our rooms. I then explained everything really fast. Went back into my room and saw that it was 3:36 a.m. I'm concerned that it was 3:33 when it all went down. That's usually a good sign. I was and am absolutely petrified. I was full body shaking uncontrollably off and on the rest of the night and during the next day too. It was real. I was full blown awake, and I don't think it was my spirit. I was too afraid of it. It was too dark. I never shook like I did purely fueled by fear, even 12 hours later. So, of course, I put my nightlight on immediately afterwards, and it turned off by itself, not even 5 minutes later. Scariest part is this has happened to me once before. I somehow forgot, and my mom reminded me that the same exact type of spirit or energy tried to enter me when I was waking up about 2 years ago. That was at my mom's. It was in the same exact manner, through the back of me. It tried coming back into my body with me, with my consciousness. I ran from it then too. I ran to wake my mom up in sort of a panic and describing the same exact entity. Obviously, the next day when I told her what happened, she reminded me, and I remembered. It's funny what the brain forgets. My mom told me that day that this has happened. Well, it's happened twice in her lifetime, also at her back. But both times she was too afraid to look. But what she did say was that she had never felt anything so evil. So evil she didn't even want to look at it, to acknowledge its existence. She was frozen in fear. Me, hell to the no. I screamed as loud as I could and ran both times. After some thinking, I truly believe I opened my eyes too quickly before my body awoke and saw what I wasn't supposed to. I was jolted awake out of sleep and my eyes opened too soon. I'm afraid now that maybe spirits or entities attach to our consciousness while we sleep and come back into our bodies to use as their vessels without us even realizing. I don't know. I'm concerned to say the least, though. And I've obviously seen interdimensional beings, I'm assuming. Does anybody have a better idea with what I'm dealing with here? I live in Massachusetts, and I'm 34 years old, and I'm a female. This is an honest-to-God true story. Back in 2004, maybe 2005 or something, my girlfriend and I were driving around. I decided to go to the Honda dealership in town to look at motorcycles. This was completely random and totally spur of the moment. Also, social media did not exist, and there was just no way nobody knew we were going to be going there. We walk in, and there's this short, older-looking black dude who looks like he's sort of a kind of argument with the salesman. The salesman is literally trying to get this dude to leave, a second or two after Maya and I walk in, the old black dude, not an Always Sunny reference, turns around, stares right at my girlfriend and I, proceeds to totally ignore the salesman as though he isn't even there. He walks right up to Maya and I. He introduces himself as Ramses. Knows my name. Knows my girlfriend's name. And remember, there was no social media back then. Knows about us, too. then starts to tell me about my grandpa and his war history. He shakes my hand and leaves. All he wanted to do was meet me. Also, he looked older, but he had the eyes of a way younger dude. Honest to God, I promise you, I'm not making this shit up. That dude had been waiting for me to show up, and he knew I was going to be there. He knew who I was. He knew my fucking girlfriend. He knew my grandpa. He knew his war history, and my girlfriend and I were both mind-fucked. We go home, I tell my mom, she tells my sister calls me on my flip phone. I think it was a legit 8,200 or something. She's all spooked too. A lot of weird stuff in her family going way back since I was born. So when stuff like this happens, I it messes with all of us. And nobody in my family will deny even a little bit of it. Even my grandpa somehow knew this guy, which I highly doubt. There's no way he would have known my girlfriend. My grandpa never met her, not once. I don't even think he had an idea that she even existed. Didn't talk to that side of the family, not even one iota. God only knows how long, really, until I started talking to my dad again. 2022 or something. Now, here's what I think. Here's the mainly feasible options, and yeah, that's where I'm at in my life. Since I know this is all real, and so I have to start finding explanations for all of it, and when stuff gets really weird, you have to start thinking outside what are considered norms. 1. An angel. This lines up with another, maybe, yes, even crazier story with another old black dude named Eli. That story deserves its own post, really. It changed my whole life. Number 2 would be time travel. Something outside of, no one could really lead back to Angel, or maybe this one could. So anyway, what do you think? This is real. That dude was waiting for me, and he did know me. Or knew of me, at least. I post about my grandpa all the friggin' time on the internet. Like, all the time. And that shit stays on there forever, and I've got a lot of fucking stuff going on in my life, and if you even heard half of it or lived this shit, you would understand what I'm saying here when I say I think I do something special at some point. And I think people have visited me just to meet me. And I know how crazy that does sound. The other option is the God stuff, right? I mean, I believe in Jesus. Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and He died for my sins and was resurrected 3 days, and that Eli story, and what's going on right now, really leads me to believe the religious stuff too. I don't know. What do you think? What could have caused this? I've run this through my head God only knows how many times over in the past 20 years. Wish I still talked to Maya just so I could talk to her about it again and see if maybe I've forgotten anything. It was so fucking weird, especially knowing her. Well, even me and my grandpa, but then her too. And he was waiting, 100%, he was waiting for me. There's something really crazy going on in my life right now. You're probably gonna hear about me someday, maybe soon. I don't mean that in a crazy or violent way, by the way. Good thing to clarify. And it'll probably be bad at first. But this story is crazy. Double this. And I think it's going to be massive. Good thing you clarified the crazy or violent thing before, because it's turning back the other way by your description. Anyway. And I'm not making anything up. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I just felt really compelled to tell that story tonight. Spirits or entities? Looking for clarification. From October 13th, my family rented a house. It was nice sized, and it was in the suburbs, and it was built in the mid-50s, I believe. When we moved in, it was already furnished. I was in my first bedroom, and I changed rooms 3 times. There was a desk in it, and I was doing homework, and I was probably 10 or 11 at this time. I see out of the corner of my eye a man in black, walking slightly behind me. I didn't see him fully. I saw from his shoulder to about his wrist, but he appeared to walk out of my peripheral, and when I turned around, there was nothing. Just myself staring back at me in the mirror. I could feel something was wrong. I tried to go back to my homework, but I felt very uneasy. Like something was in my room that grabbed my stuff and ran downstairs. The next time I saw something, I was sitting at a table. That's what out of my peripheral again. I saw something, and this time a woman in a dark pink and purple fleece. I know it was a woman because this time I saw half of her torso, chest and shoulder and arm, but again, I turned, no one was there. And I shouldn't mention there are a lot of mirrors in that house, none of which my family put there. I later saw some spiritual people say that you should never have a second-hand mirror. That's because you don't know what they've seen. So maybe there was bad stuff from that. The next time something strange happened, I switched rooms. I switched with my mom because in my room I wasn't sleeping well. Started to sleepwalk, my neck and back started hurting from sleeping in that bed, and, well, I also became very ill. I had the stomach flu for about a week, but it got so bad I had to be hospitalized and kept overnight for rehydration and medication. I think it was through an IV. But once I was in the hospital and I had the IV, I stopped throwing up and recovered in pretty much a day. Now, when I switched rooms with my mom, it was night. Everyone was asleep. But I had my door open, unlike everyone else. I woke up to a light illuminating the hallway. But at first I wasn't scared. I felt at peace almost. Then I was getting brighter and moving to my room. Once I saw the full thing, I felt my stomach drop. My blood ran cold. It was a big orb of shining light, and it was moving on its own. I don't even know why I was so scared. But it was moving toward my room. It was sentient, and I know it because it stopped at my doorframe because I was awake. I was staring at it, and I know it was staring back at me. It was just floating there. But I had a fond response from the first time, and fond, or perhaps a deer-like response from the first time to now. And this all happened in a year, so I was like 11 or maybe just turned 12. I really felt in that moment like my life was in danger. I couldn't bear to look at it anymore. I pulled the blanket over my head and was just waiting for something to happen. I eventually fell back asleep, and when I woke up it was gone and everything seemed normal. The next time something happened, my family and I were watching the Eliza Lamb documentary. Hope I spelled her name right. I hope I said it right. It was a documentary on Netflix. We hadn't finished it when my grandmother and I made a makeshift Ouija board from cardboard, paper, and a shot glass as a planchette. We actually summoned a spirit, and I believe this because we asked it a question if a goth guy from the doc killed Eliza. And it said no the next day. We watched the documentary from where we left off, and it says the guy was cleared of suspicion. But my grandmother made a mistake when we were done talking to the ghost. I told her that we need to say goodbye. She shook her fingers off the glass and said goodbye without forcibly moving the glass to goodbye. I told her no, and now we have to hurry to fix it. So we tried to say goodbye the right way, and I thought everything was good. The next day, I wake up and the fridge is leaking water. Call the landlord, and he sends a repairman. They have no idea what's wrong, why the fridge is leaking and how it's leaking, and where the leak is originating from. Nothing. Me too. Anyway, the leaking eventually stops, but then the walking in the attic starts. I would hear footsteps and rustling in the attic many times throughout the day. I was so sure there was someone in there, I had my aunt to go up and look, and, well, you guessed it, no one was there. I would also hear footsteps walking around upstairs even when I was there home alone. Then the landlord wanted to move back in, so we had to leave, and the footsteps, things breaking, seeing entities, and partial people. Extreme illness, everything all stopped in the house I'm in now. Also, forgot to mention earlier that I had to move out of my mom's old room after we switched. That's because the house would become infested with stink bugs. Winter and summer, there was always stink bugs. Then I eventually found out that they were congregating in my room. I pulled back the curtain, and on the back the entire thing was filled with stink bugs. I never had an infestation like that, and I eventually moved bedrooms again. Sounds better than my centipede infestation. If you hear slight pauses, it's because something's tickling my feet, and it's got too many legs. Ugh. Had this intense dark dream where I was being chased. I had to rescue this little girl. Meaning, okay, so I just woke up from this dark and creepy dream. I have to talk about it because it's freaking me out. The dream started in a very gloomy and dark atmosphere, like a dark autumn night. There was this girl, maybe 8 to 12 years old, riding her bicycle. She was doing this while talking to her friend on the phone. She was lost, but was supposed to go to her friend's place, which was in some kindergarten or next to a kindergarten. I stepped in to guide her. We were on top of this hill that had stairs leading down. Below the hill were buildings. She's about to go down when something clicked in my mind. This place felt familiar, and I was sure there was no kindergarten down there. And I didn't see a kindergarten. So I told her, "It's not there, it's on the other side." Then suddenly, on the other side of the stairs, I noticed a man lurking in the shadows. He looked weird, giving off a seriously creepy, predatory sort of feeling. I immediately knew that he was up to no good. I told the girl to hurry up, that we need to go. She locked her bike, of course, but as she was unlocking it, I could see the man coming toward us. I told her to hurry up since there's a man coming. And that's when she started panicking. I got this feeling that this little girl has never sensed or seen any danger in her life. She didn't even see the man coming toward us, but started panicking when I told her this. Right as she got onto her bike, she began fainting. I was now on full alert. My mission was to get her out of there, bring her to her friend safely. The man kept following us. I was completely terrified. Tried to wake the girl up while praying to God and the angels to give her strength. I was holding her on the bike and I kept helping her so we could escape. Somehow I managed to get her to her destination. I locked the gate behind us, thinking we were finally safe. But then, because dreams love to mess with logic, the man just casually went around the gate on the right side since it didn't fully enclose the area. Here's the weirdest part. He didn't attack or harm us. Instead, he just smiled at me and handed me this black and gold wand or cane. And then, poof, the dream ended. What the fuck does this all mean? It was so intense and felt like it carried some deep meaning. The atmosphere was so eerie, yet at the end the man almost seemed like he had a purpose. Was he really a threat or was he testing me? And what's up with the black and gold cane? Has anybody else had a dream like this? Any interpretations? I need to hear thoughts because this one is haunting me. This was weirdly a very vivid and alive dream too. It felt too real, like I could control myself in a dream. Never had a dream like this. They're pretty common. My weirdest paranormal encounter. Thought I was going crazy. So what I, a 25-year-old male, experienced a year ago was frankly crazy to believe, even for me. So you're gonna have to trust me on this one, and I sadly have nothing to back up my story. Except maybe my ex-girlfriend's testimony, but since we haven't ever talked about it later, nor have talked since she left me. And I went as far as swinging a psychiatrist to confirm I did not go mad. Swinging a psychiatrist? I was at a low point in life about a year or so ago, and what began as me just visiting a girl I met at my job became one of the scariest events in all of my life. Tell me about it. Picture this. I was working as a waiter at the time, and I just broke up with some girl I knew was not going to be the one. Some girl walks in, and it's approximately Christmas time in the mountains in south of France. I gather up all my strength, and I hit on the girl for most of her dinner with a friend. It goes well, as I'm not too pushy, and the connection was evident as she walked in, so I end up with her number. And at the end of the shift, I sent a message, not expecting to get a quick response. But she replies almost instantly with something along the lines of, "It's been hot. I wish I could see you tonight, but I'm already home and it's more than an hour away." I usually wouldn't have gone all the way to meet up, or would have at least have waited a weekend day or something, but I went anyway. I arrived sometime around 3:30 a.m. as I left work at 2 a.m. It didn't take long for us to get to business. Pretty passionate night, had to do it multiple times and could still go at it, to be honest. But things began to be weird right before I had to leave to go back to work at around 6:30 or 7 a.m. It started with some lights flickering and a loud thump downstairs. So, not a lot to be scared of, but the timing was weirdly responding to what we were saying. Note, she lived alone at this time. At the second thump, it was no coincidence anymore, and she says she's never heard that in her home. So I try to investigate what the sound could be because she's genuinely feeling pretty scared. It's not a big house, though, so I quickly go to the kitchen where the sound seemed to be coming from, and right behind me in the living room. Same exact thumping sound, but way closer. I turn around and I see some shadow-like form where the sound is from. My phone's light pointing directly, but the thing stayed pitch black. After a few seconds, it seemed to dissipate in front of me. So I freeze, I don't understand what's going on, but I have to go back upstairs. Still half naked, and someone I barely know is upstairs, not knowing what's going on. So my legs are trembling, I go back upstairs, and I immediately put on some clothes. I tell her that she should leave her house too, because X. Because X. You're just gonna leave me hanging like that? I'm not entirely surprised. Kind of shadow people encounter. 7 years ago, my school friend and I came up with the idea to try bushcraft. One day we packed a few things, and my friend definitely brought a small hatchet and a makeshift stove made from a tin can. We wandered through the forest for a bit, and it was mostly a deep coniferous forest, but I had a strange feeling about the place. We eventually found a nice spot surrounded by young pine trees, which formed a natural barrier around us. It wasn't too late in the day, the sun was nearing the horizon, but it was still fairly bright. We unpacked our stuff, and that's when I realized this strange feeling came from the dead silence around us. No birds, not even the rustling of leaves in the wind. As we settled in, my friend started setting up the stove. That's when I began cutting down one of the small trees to build a frame for a shelter. That's when I started feeling chills and an odd coldness. After some time, when I was sweaty and done with cutting, I sat down on the ground among the small pines and froze. No more than 20 meters away, out of the corner of my eye, I noticed something dark and unclear moving along the gravel path. I could just make out 4 limbs moving in a strange way, more like human limbs. The upper part of the figure was obscured by the trees. Right at the moment when it was about to step into a clearing, where I could see it fully, it seemed to dissolve into thin air. I even leaned over to check. There was nothing there. The area beyond our little grove was a flat clearing, and the thing's pace wasn't fast enough for it to have been disappearing into the next tree line. I was about 200 meters away. What was even stranger was that I hadn't heard any sound as it walked. No crunching of gravel or twigs, even though it looked quite heavy, just judging by its legs. Called my friend's name in a whisper, and without saying anything, we packed up our stuff in about 20 seconds and left. Not a bad idea. As we walked away, the forest sound slowly returned. Birds started singing. Trees creaked in the wind, and the chill and goosebumps faded. I asked my friend if he felt the same. He said yeah. We agreed to tell ourselves it was just a moose, but it felt more like we were convincing ourselves than stating the actual truth. The same thing I tell myself when something touches my feet. It's just a moose. Unusual childhood awareness. A fascinating experience I can't explain. Story when I was only 2 years old. I experienced something I can only describe as an incredible moment of complete awareness. I was with my family by a lake, and I clearly remember crouching down to pick up a stone from the ground. My feet were in the water and I was wearing sandals. At that moment, I saw a man in blue swimming trunks jumping into the water. Then I heard my parents calling my name. I stood up and turned toward them. I saw them getting ready to take a photo of me, and behind them I noticed another family. A girl around 8 years old, her father with brown hair, her mother wearing sunglasses, and a boy about 15 years old. I turned to face the camera, and just as the camera shutter clicked, this adult-like consciousness of mine, what I would describe as my present-day awareness, suddenly disappeared. What makes this experience even more fascinating is that in those moments I heard a voice in my head, my own voice, speaking to me in Bosnian, saying, "Turn around and don't make a fool of yourself." I grew up in Germany, where my parents spoke to me only in German, yet this internal voice was in Bosnian, as if I were addressing myself in a language I fully understood. This happened to me a total of 3 times, once at age 2 and twice at age 3. Each time I was vividly aware of this inner voice and the scenes around me, but after a few moments this heightened state of awareness would abruptly vanish, and I'd return to my normal childlike state. One of these moments occurred when I was crying after being scolded by a parent, and again, I heard my voice sternly say, "Stop crying, calm down." After that, the awareness disappeared again. The first experience at that lake stands out the most because I have a photograph taken at that exact moment it happened. Every time I look at that photo, I vividly recall this experience as if it happened yesterday. Question: can anyone help me understand what happened? Is this connected to any known phenomena related to awareness, early childhood memory, or even something deeper and more complex that we don't yet fully understand? Has anyone else experienced something similar? I'd greatly appreciate any insights or stories that could help me make sense of this. Funny enough, I have had dreams in German. And I'm not German. Well, I'm not from Germany. I haven't slept in my room in over a year. I'm gonna start off with, I'm sorry if I don't have the right tag. This is my first post here. But I live in an old farmhouse that was built in 1860. I moved in many years ago. I was only about 12 years old when we moved in. But when my mom told me I was sleeping upstairs, I immediately got an unsettling feeling, without even knowing anything about the house. So I got all my stuff up here and I slept up here. After about 2 years, I started feeling very uncomfortable in my own room, feeling like I wasn't welcome at exactly 11 o'clock every night. I've even had friends come over after that. Haven't said anything about this to and around 11 o'clock without failure. Every single one of them has said that they want to leave my room. This started about 2 years ago. I originally had just put it out of my mind and tried to ignore it. But after about 6 months of that, I went to sleep and woke up to an old woman standing over my head and I blinked. I waved my hands in front of me and she was just standing over my face staring. I watched her fade out of existence over a few minutes with a terrible smile. I didn't go into my room for weeks after that. And then, about 3 weeks later, the weird energy was just gone. So I was fine sleeping up here for about a year and a half, and then the weird feeling at 11 o'clock started every night all over again. So I started burning sage as soon as I would feel weird, and this has always helped. Then going downstairs to sleep on the couch. Flashback to about a week ago. I got the weird feeling. I started burning sage and immediately my sage wouldn't burn. Then it went up in a huge flame and blew out in the opposite direction of my breath. I watched the flame go to the side, so I went downstairs and the entire night I saw something peeking around the corner by my stairwell. The fact that I was seeing things downstairs really worries me because I've always gone down there to get away from the bad energy. Well, this has now been going on since then, and any time I just look out my peripheral vision, I see an all-black figure of a person staring at me. I guess I'm just trying to get some advice on that, like what to do, because I feel like things are escalating and I don't know how to go about fixing it. At least before they go too far, and for anybody that's wondering, why I don't sleep upstairs. It's because whenever I feel that feeling, I'm terrified that I'm going to wake up to that old woman standing over my face again. So I just sleep on the couch, just to make sure I don't have to go through that again. That experience was truly traumatizing, and I would do anything to stay away from whatever it was. Spotted shadow animals, blobs outside. Like the title says, I've had 2 experiences of spotting black shadow animals or blobs in my backyard. I'm putting this under apparition since they weren't people, but I can change the flair if that would be a better fit. The first was very distinctly cat-shaped. That's what I thought it was at first, since the occasional stray or outdoor cat visiting isn't super unusual. And at that time, we had an orange and white cat nearby recently. It was under a row of conifer-type trees, so it was shaded, across the yard from where I was. I didn't have my glasses on, and I'm nearsighted, so I was watching it because, well, cat. Totally understand. Then it walks behind a tree trunk, disappears when it should have popped out the other side. Think of the cat from Coraline. These weren't super skinny trunks, but they weren't so fat an entire cat could hide behind them at that angle it walked behind the tree at. The second one was more indistinct, and that makes me say blob as well as animal. When I saw it, however, my first thought was bunny. It was about bunny-sized and seemed to sort of leap under the shed. I turned the corner a second later, and there's nothing there. The strange thing is that I had an older puppy there on a leash with me. He was really little and still learning where he was and where he isn't allowed to be. He has a very high prey drive and a good nose. If you have a treat, he knows which hand it's in 9 times out of 10. But he had no reaction whatever this was, which, if it was an animal, surely he would have noticed if it, did with my weaker human senses. I actually posted about this on my Tumblr a while back, and somebody had commented that they had an experience with what they'd call a shadow toad. Apparently, it crossed their path while they were walking in a forest with their dog. Shadow toad. Potential explanations I've thought of, but I'm a bit skeptical of, and why. If anybody has any other explanations or similar experiences, I'm open to hearing them. I'd class myself as a skeptical believer in the paranormal. Melanistic animals. Never heard that word. Relating to melanin? Melanistic. Black or melanistic animals. No one else saw a black cat or a rabbit near a property. All the animals that visit us are squirrels, rabbits, with a rare fox, or maybe a groundhog. Occasionally an opossum. None of them are completely black, and if they were, surely they'd have been spotted again at some point, considering we have 2 puppies that go out fairly frequently. That, and like I said in the story, our energetic high prey drive puppy had no reaction to this. The cat was just a cat that just happened to sit or climb up the tree at a perfect angle, and it looked like it vanished. And this cat was going in a straight line from my perspective from one side of the tree to the other. If it was at an angle, I'd be more on the fence or inclined to believe it was just a cat. I know a lot of blob cats. Is it a blob? Is it a cat? It's a blob cat. An encounter I had in Iceland. Hello. I had a bit of a late night watching horror movies, and that caused me to remember a fun encounter I had a couple of years back. Kick-started my interest in the paranormal, you could say. See, I always have been extremely skeptical about every scary video, every scary story, and about spirits in general. But this one encounter changed all of that for me. I was around 16 at a friend's house. It was a rather old home. It had stood in the city of Selphus for a very long time, but it never gave off those haunted vibes. Anyway, there were about 8 of us at this friend's house having a normal get-together. No alcohol, so can't blame it on being drunk. That's when I decided I needed time alone to answer a couple of text messages inside the living room. The living room stood right next to the dining room, so all my friends were in plain view. It started with me feeling a light breeze on my neck and a chill. Then a minute went by, and clear as day I heard a raspy old woman whisper into my ear. They were saying hello in Icelandic. I was, of course, jump-scared as I was deep into my texting, and I looked around seeing no one in the same room as me. So a minute goes by. My friend walks through the door, and mind you, that door is on the same side as the ear I got whispered in. So, as any rational person, I asked him if that was him whispering through the door. He denied it, and I brushed it off and walked into the dining room, joining the others with my back toward that living room. I told the group that I was going crazy and that I heard an old woman whisper. The owner of the house laughed and said, "No, you're not crazy. That's normal here. 4 people died in this house. An old woman and 3 men that had died of suicide." And as she finished saying that, my hoodie got tugged on, and multiple people had seen it get tugged on. And when I tell you I freaked out, man, I was like trying to shake a spider off me, ripping at my clothes and goosebumps all over my arms. Everyone was laughing at me like I was some dork. But after I was done ripping at my clothes like a lunatic, we heard heavy-set footsteps sprinting up the stairs. Sounded like heavy work boots, and after we heard the footsteps reach the top and run upstairs, a door slammed and the footsteps ended. Everyone in that house was in that dining room, and we all sprinted upstairs to search if anybody had somehow ran into the house and up the stairs. As you might imagine, no one was upstairs, and we searched every single room. And this entire encounter has 8 witnesses. So I can't find any rational explanation for any of this. The door couldn't have slammed because of the wind, as it was the middle of summer with barely any wind outside. Now, I do have another story from the owner that I find kind of wholesome, yet extremely creepy. She had reportedly once been awake near 1 to 2 a.m. on her phone alone at home. That's when her door swung open with footsteps approaching her bed. Then she heard that same old woman whisper and tell her to go to sleep. Then her door closed and her light shut off. I get a sort of protective feeling from that interaction, at least, and like she told me nothing ever violence happened and she learned to live with these spirits. I really wish now, with my interest in the paranormal, that I could go back and, properly investigate and see if I could communicate further, seeing as the spirit had greeted me. Something in my apartment. I want to tell you about this apartment I used to live in. Maybe somebody can tell me what we were dealing with. Back in the year 2000, when we first got married, my husband and I lived in an apartment in Summerville, South Carolina. At first, nothing was strange about it, but soon after we moved in, we adopted a cat. And soon after that, we adopted another one. We had the second bedroom set up as sort of a cat room, where we put the litter box, the food and water dishes, the cat tower, and other toys. They were pretty rambunctious, as cats are, so at night we would just sort of put them in their room while we slept. That way we wouldn't wake up the apartment being destroyed, and at night we would hear this metallic tapping sound. It would always be coming from their room. The wall behind our headboard was shared with that room, so just on the other side of the wall. It would happen almost every night. It would go on until we fell asleep. And it only happened at night, never during the day. We couldn't figure it out, so we joked that we were building a spaceship and planning their escape. We also chalked up random missing items to their imagined spaceship. After a while, we started letting the cats roam the apartment at night, although all their stuff stayed in that extra bedroom. One night, as we were trying to get to sleep, we heard a crash in the kitchen. We were in the habit of leaving the dishes on a towel in the corner to dry overnight, so we knew that one of the cats had knocked them off. That was the sound. Crashing dishes. It was late and it didn't sound like anything actually broke, so we just groaned and said we'd deal with it in the morning. The next morning, however, we got up and there was nothing in the kitchen or anywhere else in the apartment. We had apparently put the dishes away the night before. No idea what that crashing sound was. The creepiest thing happened one night when we were watching TV in the living room. The cats were playing and chasing each other and hiding and jumping out at each other. We were on the couch and there was a love seat about 3 feet away from the wall. The cats stopped, one on each end of the love seat, both staring at a spot just underneath the window. At first, we assumed that they were about to pounce on each other. But after a while, we started paying attention and realized that they were both completely stiff, which isn't particularly unusual for that kind of play, and they couldn't even see each other, nor were they trying to. So we got up and my husband went to one side and nudged the cat with his foot. She didn't budge. A little creeped out, I went to the other side and picked up the other cat, thinking that this would break his concentration, but it didn't. He stayed completely stiff in my arms, not taking his eyes off that spot. Even his tail was like a stiff rod. My husband kicked his foot through the air in the spot that they were staring at, and suddenly they both just relaxed. One in my arms just went almost limp and jumped to the ground and just wandered off like nothing had even happened. Same with the other one. Another thing that had nothing to do with the cats, and we didn't even talk about it until years later. We were both freaked out in the bedroom. Sometimes when I was trying to get to sleep, I would just close my eyes and see a dark figure standing near the foot of my bed. It was against the opposite wall and slightly off to one side, but it was always in the same spot. It wasn't tall, maybe 4 feet, and was solid, not shadowy. When I opened my eyes, it wasn't there, but when I would close them, it was back again. Other times, I would come home from work in the morning. I worked nights and he worked days. I'd go into the bedroom to change and not able to stay in there. And this was daytime, not pre-dawn hours. Sometimes it was fine and I would change and go to bed, but other times I just felt really uncomfortable and not really wanted to stay. I just told myself I wasn't tired yet and went to watch TV in the living room and slept on the couch until the afternoon. Of course, I didn't say anything to my husband about it because I was a grown woman, apparently too afraid of being alone to sleep in my bed. I felt ridiculous and just passed it off as I fell asleep watching TV. And when I came home, sometimes to find my husband asleep on the couch, I just assumed he had legitimately fallen asleep watching TV. Years later, after we moved a few times, we were watching some ghost show or another. There's a story about a Native American legend in the area which described this thing I remember seeing in my mind. I don't remember anything else really about what they were saying because both my husband and I were leaning forward, pointing at the TV, saying, "I saw that." We never mentioned it to each other, but we both saw the same thing on those nights, and both of us could only see it with our eyes closed. He also told me that when I found him sleeping on the couch, it wasn't because he fell asleep. It was because, like me, at certain times he felt like there was something in the bedroom with him, and he just couldn't stay. One last point. The hall leading from the living room to the back where the bedroom and bathroom were, it had a turn which blocked any light from the front rooms, so it was dark black there. When we watched TV at night, any time one of us would go to the bathroom, our male cat would scurry out of wherever he was hiding and go with us. While we were in there, we could hear him scratching around in the litter box. So we knew what he was doing. He would usually be waiting at the bathroom door when we came out to walk back with us. On the occasion that we were out before him, he would stand in the bedroom doorway and meow until one of us came back to escort him back. And after we moved, he was never like that again. So, does anyone know what this entity could have been? I've searched online, but I can't find any reference to anything like that in the area. According to the show we were watching, it's an evil entity and it's known to local native people. Unfortunately, I don't remember most of the show because we got sidetracked comparing notes about our experiences. I saw something as a kid and I still can't explain it. I can't quite remember when this happened to me, but I was really young. Maybe around 7 or 8 years old. I don't think about it often, but every few years the memory comes back. And to this day, I have no explanation for what I saw. I was at home and my mom told me to go outside to grab something. Our house was still under construction at the time, but it was already big. Had an outside kitchen connected to the main house by a small open corridor. When I opened the door to go there, I saw something. It was moving from the left side of the corridor, walking toward the outdoor bathroom. At first glance, it looked like some kind of stray animal, but something was off. It was too tall to be a dog, but too small to be a horse. It had the thin, malnourished body of a street dog with caramel-colored fur or skin. But when I focused on it, what I was seeing, it wasn't some weird-looking dog who probably had entered the house. The head was my grandpa's, exactly like my grandfather's head. bald with wrinkles and even his glasses. But there was something weird with his eyes. They were white or gray, maybe even red. Can't remember exactly. But I know they weren't normal eyes. I don't remember hearing any sounds. I don't remember if it made a noise or if it reacted to me. But as it walked forward, it turned its neck as if it heard me. That's when I bolted inside the house. Ran to tell my mom, but I can't really remember if she believed me or just told me to pray. She is very religious, so I doubt she would have entertained the idea of anything supernatural. Never saw it again. It didn't haunt me or follow me or even appear in my dreams. But that memory is burned into my brain. I didn't feel like a dream, and even child's imagination had felt real. The creepiest part is my grandpa is still alive to this day, although he's sick now. Probably not anymore, and fortunately I can't really contact him to see if he's okay. I live in the southern part of Africa, and after looking into it, I think it might have been something similar to a doopie, or another spirit from African folklore. I don't know for sure. Silhouette on early morning walk. I was walking my dog early in the morning. It was just recently. This is nothing unusual. I'm an early riser, and the sooner I can get out, the better. It was a typical cold, pre-dusk wintry walk in the northeastern U.S. We head out before daybreak as I try afterwards to get showered and dressed and at my desk before 7:30 every day. So no later than 5:30 when this occurs. It's not uncommon to maybe see a few others out getting their daily exercise, and that's precisely what I thought I saw when I came to an intersecting sort of sidewalk. You could either continue straight or turn onto another road. I looked up a slight incline, and under a dimly lit canopy of scattered streetlights, I saw a glimpse of a silhouette of a woman walking towards us. I'm assuming it was a woman because of her shape and wavy hairstyle. My dog looked at her too and simply continued walking, putting her head down and sniffing away while I checked the sidewalk for any lingering ice patches or uneven breaks. Thinking that I was getting close and preparing to bring my dog in closer so we wouldn't bother the other pedestrian, I looked up again. This time the figure was much smaller, up the street considerably further, walking in the opposite direction. Even though its legs were in motion, it didn't appear to be making any ground. I swear it was like a person in the background of a video game that's going through the walking motions but never leaving the screen. So I stopped to try and figure out what the hell was going on. My dog stopped too and just sort of stared at it the same way. Yanking her in a different direction, we started heading home. But not before looking again and not being able to see it anywhere. Clearly, one could easily say that whoever it was simply turned around while I was looking down and started walking in the direction from which they had come. However, the speed at which this would have had to occur just wasn't possible. They assuredly weren't running. Anyone ever experienced any weirdness like this before? We walked that early, pretty much nearly every day, often following a similar route, but I'd never seen anything like it before or since. I also want to point out that neither of us were scared, as the hair on the back of our necks was standing up. Nope, we were simply saying to each other, if dogs could talk anyway, what the hell is going on? Glitchy, Loveland Frogman. This happened quite a few years ago. Not to myself, but to my brother. As in the case, the details may be a bit foggy, or dare I say froggy. So my brother is quite the skeptic. He's always the first person to challenge your claim or story, what have you. Always asking for scientific evidence to back up whatever it is that you're saying. He's got a hard head, and with that said, That's what makes me believe that what he told me, as he's not one to make up false claims. At the time, he was working a job in the early morning. He had to clock in by 6 a.m. We were living in a place down the road from a creek that runs through the land. There's a traffic light right by the creek where he would turn left to go to work. On the opposite side of the road is a large farmer's field that goes into brush and down to a creek. As he approached the light, he saw like a figure was walking on the side of the road heading toward the creek. He described it as being the height of a short human, but the shape was more of a frog. There wasn't that dividing area of shoulders, neck, then head. It all sort of ran together. He also said it walked strangely, unlike a normal human would. He saw it on the other side of the road as he approached the red light. He was dumbfounded and just watched it as it walked. He said the light turned green, but it didn't immediately go as he was awe-stricken with what he was seeing. He just sat and watched it for a few seconds and eventually just turned and went on his way to work. He came home that day and told me about it. I thought it sounded strange, but given his skeptical tendencies, I didn't discount what he was saying. So, we began searching online for it, and lo and behold, we found tales and other accounts of people seeing the same kind of creature in the state that we live in. A humanoid, frog-like creature that roams around creeks and rivers. We even found Native American stories telling of the same creature. If anyone else would have told me, I would have been like, oh wow, that's crazy. And then, just brush it off. Knowing my brother, though, I absolutely believe it, and I was flabbergasted. We also had no prior knowledge of the creature, so when we went searching online for it and found similar stories, that made me believe it even more. So if you're ever around a river or a creek, look out for the frogman. And then I will make friends with the frogman. My friend heard a strange shrieking howl. What is it? Gary, Indiana. My friend lives on the outskirts of the south side of Gary, Indiana. It's a lower middle-class area. His backyard ends in a decent-sized forest. He has seen strange lights and heard strange noises for quite some time, but it's gotten worse recently. He was having a bonfire by himself in his backyard. It was 10 feet from the tree line. He heard slow footsteps walking past, just on the other side of the trees. They walk a bit, stop for a minute, then continue. This goes on for a bit until they run straight for him. He then takes off and runs inside. It's happened on 3 separate occasions, and now he won't have bonfires by himself. More recently, he and another friend were walking through a forest path 5 minutes from his house. It's a decided trail, nothing but wetlands and trees in every direction. They both heard a strange shrieking howl from far away. Then it came again right next to them. Then it was far away again, then right next to them again, even louder. Continued for a few minutes, getting moved around until both howls were right around them. That was enough, and they both took off running. He looked me in the eye and told me it was the only time he'd ever peed his pants, and he now sleeps with a semi-auto 22 next to his bed. Hope they're spirit-piercing bullets. Or silver. I keep seeing a shadow figure around 1 a.m. It's waking me up from my sleep. Let me preface this by saying I've seen figures my whole life. I moved into my current apartment back in August, and it's been perfectly fine. About a month or 2 ago, I woke up in the middle of the night and I see a shadow figure standing by my sink. I was afraid, but when I went back to sleep, it happened again. I got up, turned my light on, and nothing was there. Another night, I heard this weird drilling sound in my bathroom. I went in there, I turned on the light, and it stopped. I had 2 vodka crans one night. Oh, cranberry? That was before bed, so I was kind of drunk, and it didn't happen. It doesn't happen every night. Another night, I woke up to all my cabinets being opened. I have a cat, and he's never been weird at night and always seems calm when these figures are here. He's also the reason I can't close my door to stop seeing things out into the kitchen. My sister and I planned a trip for her to come stay with me at the beginning of this year. She's here now, but she's been here since Saturday. She does not have the same thing as me and my mom where we see ghosts or something, but she always had these weird premonition dreams. About a week ago, she had this thing where she woke up and screamed, then went back to bed. Sunday night, I saw the figure. I got up and she screamed. Last night, I saw something very strange. What I would describe as having the face of a harpy, but the body of like a DNA strand about 1 foot long, was hovering over my sister and almost pecking at her. We both woke up at approximately the same time and said, "I swear to God I'm seeing it right now." And she said, "It's okay, come here and think about a big ball of light around you." She ended up asking me if I had been awake or asleep and told her I just woke up, and she said me too. I want to know what's happening. I feel like there's some sort of a warning going on here. I don't feel like it's evil or harmful, but I feel afraid. I don't have a mental illness that I know of, or disorders that could be possibly attributed to this. And I'm stressed out about school, but not any more than last semester. Please, let me know if anybody has any ideas on what to do to stop this from happening, or a way to find out what it means. Mimic/doppelganger in my house. I've been seeing what looks like my boyfriend, just walking around our house. It started in August of 2024. I was in the kitchen making dinner when I looked up and I saw the reflection of the microwave. My boyfriend walking by, and I saw the back of his head down to about his mid-back. It was so real that I took my headphones off and walked after him, only to find that he was still asleep. He works thirds, so he was for sure in bed at this time. He was wearing a gray tank top, and he walked by too. This is something my boyfriend regularly wears, by the way. He gets home from work, he showers, and puts on either a gray or maybe a black tank top with shorts, and this is important for the rest of the story. Gecko is staring at me. People from the internet send their regards to you. I forgot to mention it. Maybe that's why he's being rude. Fast forward to last weekend, March 15th, 2025. I was on my computer in our office when I saw him walk by the door. He was again wearing the tank top, and this time I noticed shorts. And what's odd is that I instinctively knew that it wasn't him. I wasn't fearful of it, but I knew not to follow. So I did what anyone would do, and I loudly said, "Nope," went back to what I was doing. I did hear noises in the living room and kitchen, but I assumed it was my dogs until I noticed they were all in the office with me. Not sure what that was, and I don't want to think about it either. It is important to note that my boyfriend was definitely sleeping, and he did not wear a gray tank top to bed. Later in the night, when my boyfriend woke up, I told him all about it, and that I felt like I was going crazy, to which he agreed, of course. He is not a believer in anything paranormal, and he was trying to make me feel better with rational explanations. He joked how the ghost needed to get a new outfit and start paying rent. Fast forward to today, March 22nd. Because my boyfriend works thirds and I'm alone at night, I shut this place down like Fort Knox. Every door is locked, including the bedroom door, and sometimes I even put the dresser in front of the door because I watched way too much true crime. Anyway, because of this, I always make sure to be awake before he gets home so I can unlock and unblock the bedroom door. I should note that if the door is closed, he usually calls me to open it so he doesn't scare me. However, this morning I slept in. At 8:03, one of my dogs started to growl, so I assumed that my boyfriend was home. I got out of bed and unlocked the door and opened it, then crawled back into bed and get some early morning snuggles with my puppers. From our bed, you can look out into the living room. You cannot see the entrance to the kitchen, but you can see when somebody walks from the kitchen to the living room, if that makes sense. Anyway, I saw my boyfriend check to see if the door was open, then quickly turned to go back into the kitchen, and this is where it gets crazy. My dog also saw this, so my little one jumped off the bed to greet him. My other dog, the one who originally growled, well, she reacted, but didn't move from the bed, which isn't totally out of character, but I found it a little bit odd. I again felt like something was off. But since it was wearing what my boyfriend was wearing when he left for work, I got up and walked to the kitchen and I noticed his lunch wasn't on the counter. That's where he would normally put it, and I knew that when I checked to see if his car was in the driveway that it wasn't going to be there, and of course it wasn't, and to be honest, I really wasn't scared. I was actually kind of irritated, which is, well, an odd response for me because I'm normally very open to the paranormal. But I think because I know my boyfriend doesn't believe me and the only other beings that have seen it are my dogs, I just feel alone in this. I ended up going back into the bedroom and I loudly announced, "I saw you and I know you're here, and I see that you're listening to us because you changed your clothes." Then I called my boyfriend to confirm that he didn't come home and then leave, which, well, he didn't. So I'm not entirely sure what's going on. I do want to note that we have a carbon monoxide detector, and it's a wall plug one, so it's constantly powered, and I just checked to make sure it's still working, and it is. I have thought about getting another one and placing it into another room just to be sure, since well, not only I, but my dogs are also affected by this. I should also note that I've never seen its face, only the back of its head. I've also never had any auditory hallucinations, if that accounts for anything. Strange happenings at a bed and breakfast in Antietam battlefield. From 3/18/320, I stayed in a rustic bed and breakfast near Sharpsburg, Maryland. It's overlooking the I don't know how to say this word. Antietam? Antietam? Antietam. One of those, hopefully. Battlefield. Obviously, I was aware of the area's haunting reputation. I mean, I very much believe that the area is extremely haunted, especially after my time there. But I didn't expect just how soon things would begin happening. For context, I was staying there with a friend, in rooms adjacent to each other. Each room had a private screened-in porch that had somewhat of a unique view. Each room had a different angle of the battlefield. Anyway, I was sitting on my porch at around 9 p.m. The sun doesn't set as soon as it does on the flat land due to the elevation, so it was still slightly light out. I was able to watch the sun set, and as it was setting, began to be overwhelmed with feelings of dread. Eventually, it went away, and I was able to calm down. At around 9:30, I began seeing a very faint light in the field. It was dancing and undulating, but not bright enough to be a car's headlight. Mind you, I'm overlooking the site of one of the bloodiest days in American history with quite a bit of residual energy. I would soon figure out that the light was the least of my worries. I called my friend over to take a look. We decided to go into his porch to take that look and see if we could see this light from maybe a better angle. After looking at the light for a few minutes from his porch, I suddenly looked slightly to the left. I see a black shadow figure manifest from the ground, dart in front of a tree, and retreat back into the darkness. It was already dark outside, but there were outdoor lights, and I could see the very dark black figure even against the background of the night. Upon seeing it, my body was overwhelmed with goosebumps. I was so freaked out that I went back inside. I consider myself a relatively reasonable skeptic. I keep an open mind, but I will always try to debunk something. I had no reasonable explanation for what I saw, and I did not sleep that night as the feeling of a presence in my room filled me with some serious trepidation. I jumped at every knock, I jumped at every creak, and I'm a full-grown adult. I've never been so genuinely scared in my life, to be honest. The next morning after breakfast, I discreetly asked the innkeeper if she perhaps had any things like that happen to other guests. She did attest that people had spotted similar figures at the edge of the property, just before the field meets the woods. I'm still reeling from that experience. The rest of the second day was peaceful. I had a private ghost tour of Shepherdstown, which further strengthened my belief that the area was haunted by some heavy, dark, angry, and maybe sort of melancholy energy. And I wish the very opposite energy for those of you either asleep, awake, everyone. Sweet dreams, or good day.